Well, that was like right at the end of the season too, wasn't it? Anyways, what was I doing? Did I literally lose all of the things I'd done today? Have I even moved through a single season yet? Well, I'm going to start the VOD over today, chat. So, because we're back at the beginning. I literally lost everything that I'd done so far today. So, because of that, chat, can you say hi, YouTube? Do I have my system specs anywhere? No, because I don't care to share them. Like, genuinely. I sometimes I will tell people what my system specs are. I think that talking about system specs is completely irrelevant. Build a computer you can afford. And I'm in a terrible mood now that I just lost all of today's progress in a crash. So, no, I'm not going to tell you. Build a computer you can afford and don't worry about what other people use. Honestly, the thing that really bums me out about that is just all of the layers of that pump stack that I built. That's what actually bums me out about that. All right, so I was doing a bunch of glass things. What was that? Right, rock. Let's do the sand job first. Collect sand. Type sand bearing. Okay, bag. Number of bags is at least, if, let's just do 25. Number of sand bearing. Amount of sandbags is less than 50. Then in that case, collect 50 sand. Should end with us always having 50 sandbags. Which also means I didn't name anybody's dwarves. So none of that happened. So if I named a dwarf for you at the beginning of the stream, let me know, and I will do my damnedest to get you a dwarf. Okay, so let's just re-queue up all these. 250. 250. Get rid of this. Green glass pot. Only on, let's do 500 of those. Only in one workshop, though. Is that more stable than Stone Sense? There's like 12 of them. Which one are you talking about? You need to be more specific than Voxel Fort Viewing Tool. Are you talking about Voxuristy? Because that's a 3D modeling extension for Magic of Voxel. Are you talking about Armok Vision? Because that's a separate piece of software. Which one are you talking about? Animal wanted or got a minor. Disco Dwarf Dork. I can't remember which one any of these were. I am pissed. Voxuristy. That's not really a 3D modeling. So that's like, basically, if you are a 3D modeler that wants to use Dwarf Fortress as a starting point, that's what Voxuristy is for. Brewer. Was it a brewer? The legendary brewer was Disco Dwarf Dork. The dwarf that was making an artifact was somebody. Who did I give the dwarf who was making the artifact to? No, I would look into Armok Vision. Would be the one that you'd want, Gfin. Gone a tank. Yep, you are correct. If anybody can remember the other dwarves that were named, let me know. I will just slaughter 2 animals. And, actually, no, I need to do this. Awesome. And then I'm going to go back to doing this. Because I did all of this and it, you know, didn't get done. So chat, if someone wants to do me a huge favor, go back and clip the game crashing on Stone Sense launching. And then whenever people ask me to launch Stone Sense, show them that clip. Just do that for me, please. Because that is quite literally the reason I don't ever use Stone Sense. And why I hate it so much. Because, like, 4 out of 10 times my game crashes. And I lose a shit ton of progress. And then they'll just be like, save beforehand. No. No, thank you. Not worth it. The thing is, like, I think Stone Sense might be one of the least, like, one of the oldest DF hack plugins that hasn't been updated in, like, since 2011. So, like, does it work? Yeah, sort of. I'm going to queue up all of this, and then we have to do all that housing. But I also have to wait for blocks to be made again. We'll just go in a different direction. I can come to the same conclusion, but do it in a different order, so you guys aren't just watching the same thing, and I'm not as bored. So we'll just do it that way. It's very rare that crashes in Dwarf Fortress make me salty, but that one did. Don't forget the guild hall. Yeah, I mean, it's one that I already, not forgot about, but already failed to create, so it's not a huge priority. It was from, like, several years ago in-game, but yeah, I do need to do that. All right. Let's do that, and then queue up that guild hall, which is this. I'll just do it that way. And the guild hall can be something like this. I'll make it a little bigger even than the original plan was. But yeah, I don't know. The reason I don't list my computer specs anywhere is because it's always one of two things. I either feel like I'm bragging, which I don't like doing. Or I feel like I'm giving people computer purchasing advice, which I don't like doing because I am very far from an expert on the subject. So if you want computer specs and advice on computer specs, go watch or talk to somebody who's an expert in the subject, not me. My computer is always a Franken PC of old parts, combined with the occasional new part. So the majority of what goes into my computers is old parts. Like right now I have a brand new CPU and motherboard. Graphics card is from a year ago, and then everything else is just from all over the place. So genuinely, like, I just don't like promoting the parts I buy because I fear that I'm giving people purchasing advice when I'm not. So that's why I don't advertise my PC specs and why I try not to tell people it. Like, if you insist, I'll tell you my PC specs, but I genuinely believe just spend 15 minutes in PC Part Picker and do it that way. The reason a lot of people advertise their specs is because they're also then linking Amazon affiliate links, which is also something I don't do. Go buy from your local PC parts store. If you have one. Then you got wiped out by a were-gecko outbreak. You couldn't get your gate up fast enough and all your dwarves got infected. No. Yeah, it happens sometimes. You could try reclaiming it, but it would be a process. Has Elfie taken over your computer? I think it's just becoming a thing that Elfie's started. Blame Elfie. Gonna Tank the Hunter has created an alpaca wool shoe and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Onul. So still the same ancestor, but it's a shoe this time instead of something else. A single shoe. This is an alpaca wool shoe. One's allegedly left by some princess from a Disney universe. It is encrusted with oval gabbro cabochons and decorated with llama wool and yak bone and tower cap and encircled with bands of alpaca wool. It is made from alpaca wool cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap. On the item is an image of Iden Trade Rinces, the dwarf and dwarves in green glass. Iden Trade Rinces is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iden to the position of Baroness, the rumored anvil of 135. The item is an image of a giant jaguar in rock crystal. On the item, the giant jaguar is striking down Lager. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Ligir by the giant jaguar Lucid Dower in the Scored Deserts in 125. Still a giant jaguar killing somebody in the Scored Deserts. On the item is an image of King the Space Disco Fox, the dwarf and dwarves in Tower Cap. King the Space Disco Fox is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf King the Space Disco Fox to the position of King of the rumored anvil in 81. The item is an image of a diamond in lignite. It's a very kingly shoe. Truly legendary footwear. For a second there, I thought tendinitis in my left ear was going nuts. It's not. I think there's just either something up with my headphones or a very mild cable defect. Let me try unplugging and plugging things back in. That fixed it. All right. Gotta love unplugging and plugging things back in. All right, yeah, I also need to fix this. I need a diagnoser, ideally 2. Is water generated from those branches? Are you talking about, like, under the hood in the game? Because I can't give you technical answers as to how the head of a river works. Water flow out of the thingy and flow down river. You'd have to ask Tarn. Or someone more knowledgeable about, like, how the game works under the hood. I don't actually know. My recommendation would be asking Tarn. Or Putnam. Or somebody who reverse engineers the game with DFHack. Also, because this was brought up earlier when I was doing this the first time, you know how we what was brought up essentially was like this process of construction should be streamlined. Then there's me. Like this process of like placing all of these specific block types should be streamlined. Yes, it should. You should see what it looked like before this version was out. Oh boy. Y'all are spoiled. You don't even know what the rest of us had to deal with. Back in my day, constructing stuff with specific colors was so much harder. It's so much easier now. At least we have like clear menus where everything is listed. All right, so now that I've done all this, I'm just gonna do this. I think Cossack is talking about river mouths, like on an embark. I think. I could be wrong. Anyways, chat, I have a question. How many of you knew about the video game Hyenas? Do you guys really think that that game was destined to fail? Because I kind of thought that that game was going to do fine. Like, especially from the buzz around it. Never heard of it? Because it was like a, how do I word this? It was a, like, first-person extraction shooter. "100% going to flop?" Really? I need to clean my ear. Ear's being funny. No, it's definitely my headphones. It's not my ear. It's definitely my headphones. They all shit on Hyenas. So, let me tell you this. That is a very, very, very bad metric, right? Because studios are large, right? Studios are large, and studios have large, different portions of people working on different games, Notakasa. So if you're watching Warhammer 3 streams, of course they're going to shit on Hyenas. Because you're watching a Warhammer 3 stream. Duh. That's not where you're going to get buzz about a game like that. You're going to get a buzz about a game like that from, like, the Tarkov community. Or, you know, people who play first-person shooters. Not people playing... I mean, like, the fucking Warhammer portion of, like, the Sega community, and Creative Assembly specifically, talks shit about every single other Creative Assembly game. It does, as if it's not Warhammer, they talk shit about it. Like, any other Total War game, they talk shit about it. Like, that is the worst part of the community to try and get a metric from. Of how a community is receiving a game, because that's a horrible one. Are the most dedicated fans of the Creative Assembly? Sure, but the Total War community is not the Total War Warhammer community. Very much disagree that those are the same community, because they are not. I need eggplant seeds. Yes, yes. Not those two. Do not cook any of my drinks. They just account for like 80%. Probably. But that's not... Anyway, whatever. I want more good Total War games that don't, like, put all of their strategy on shitty spells that make the game boring. Like Warhammer. Anyway, just because it's the worst Total War game doesn't mean it, like, deserves the popularity it has. Let's do that, this, and this. And let's make that millstone. I think I need a new cable. Yeah, I think I need a new headphone cable. I've got a little bit of static on this side, and it almost sounds like tinnitus, but it's not. I do have some tinnitus, but it's not that bad. And also, it's in this ear, not that ear. Limestone. Need to buy a gold-plated one? Nah, this one wasn't gold-plated and cheap and from China and has lasted me about 6 years. So no, I'm good. I will definitely just buy another $5 cable. Also, another thing I need to do. Why am I leaving a space behind the water wheel? Because I'm going to put a millstone there. Well, that's because they might as well retire the entirety of the Total War franchise and just make Total War Warhammer games because they sell so much better than the rest of them. But genuinely, I personally hate Total War Warhammer. It killed a franchise I loved. Genuinely. Because they put the good team on that game and put all of their marketing and money behind it. We're never going to get Medieval 3 because Warhammer sells better. So, you know, rest in peace. And it's trying to hit niches that would have done well 4 to 6 years ago. What do you mean? Hyenas was going for the extraction shooter niche, which is like the biggest format of shooter on the planet right now. I had to rename your dwarf because the game crashed, but yes, still alive. Admittedly, it was my fault. I tried to launch Stone Sense. But now I'm paranoid, so. Do you have any idea how much money Warhammer 1, 2, and 3 have made? They don't need a cash cow. You know what they need, Tinsel Tits? They need big money from the money heads at the top of the games to stop having such unrealistic expectations. That's what they need. They don't need a cash cow. Capitalism needs to fuck off for 15 minutes. Doesn't matter if Warhammer's burned its goodwill or whatever. To be honest with you, I don't pay attention to whatever the hell Warhammer's up to. And frankly, I don't care. I know that the reviews have taken a turn for the worst, but Warhammer 1 made a fuckload of money, Warhammer 2 made a fuckload of money, Warhammer 3 made a fuckload of money, and their DLC for all of them have also made a fuckload of money. They don't need a new cash cow. They just need to make new stuff. No, we're not. I'm trying to not talk about Total War Warhammer. I was trying to talk about Sega and Hyenas, but everybody just keeps bringing it back to Total War Warhammer, which is genuinely sad to me. I'm not using Tinsel Tits as an insult. It's their username, okay? It's their name. It's not. I didn't pick it. It's like when IR Stupid's in chat. I'm not calling IR Stupid stupid. IR Stupid calls IR Stupid stupid. It's not my fault. I hope that a dwarf makes that goddamn thing soon. Anyway, over here, I was making a crafts dwarf shop, so let's do that. God damn it. Where's Sweet Sparkle Farts when I need him? Sweet Sparkle Farts has abandoned us. It's been so long since I've seen Sweet Sparkle Farts in this chat. Just to make me mad? Why would it make me mad? I mean, Tinsel Tits doesn't make me mad. I just think it's funny that, like, chat thinks I'm insulting somebody. I think it's hysterical. I ain't mad. If you change your name to a racial slur, that'll make me mad, and then I'll just ban you. So they want a doctor's guild. I should probably actually just build a hospital is what I should do. So I will build a doctor's guild after I'm done with this crafts dwarf's guild. It's a great sly insult. There's lots of great sly insults. The best insults are insults that are funnier than they are mean. Like, if you can make somebody laugh while insulting them, you've done a good job. I feel like Sugar Tits might actually not be allowed on Twitch. Just for clarity's sake. Twitch might actually, like, if they let you have it, you might get your name deleted and be told to change your name. So I'd be careful with some names on Twitch. Not really comical, but my current favorite thing to throw at people is tell them to take their hand and fuck themselves. Or, how long have you been dating your right hand is something else that I'll tell people. Salty man. Oh boy. Where tits isn't allowed in your name? Really? I mean, tits is allowed in Twitch names, but... obviously, because you have it, but... I think it also depends on the context of the name. All right, Guild Hall. This is going to be Crafts Dwarves, and then we're going to go do Doctors. Although the Crafts Dwarves are going to want a bigger, fancier Guild Hall pretty quick. Oh, something else I was going to do since I'm up here. Oh, really? Did I? Well, let's go over top of this couple tight. I only have one sandstone block. Never mind, won't do that. Why don't you practice falling down for a while? I'll be back in a bit. Also pretty good, yes. All right. Got 2 limestone statues. We'll throw those in. I'll do a row of these. Oh, really? Those ain't engraved. Those aren't in... just constructed those. Of course, they're not engraved. You doofus. And let's go around the top up here. Let's use granite tables. Let's go to Craftsdorf's workshops. 2 of those. And let's put a display in here. And we'll put that shoe in there. Up here, I'm going to make several more stoneworkers shops. And I'm going to use these as a method of covering up this. Let's actually just use nice for these. Drink a big glass of shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Classic, even. Okay, so artifact shoe. Oh, also, I was gonna make new clothing, wasn't I? Gloves and robes. Cloth, glove, cloth, robe. 80 and 80. Come shave my ass. That's a pretty good one. A+. I give it. Okay, so those are done up there. Let's, what else do I need to do? Actually, aside from, I like Doctor's Guild Hall, obviously, but let's check value. There we go. So that one's done. So now I need to make a Doctor's Guild Hall. And, my Chief Medical Dwarf is still in traction. I'm actually just going to do this. Full heal. Just so because I'm not sure what I need to fix you. You're still in traction, but you're healed. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this and this. And I'm going to build a hospital/doctor's hall here. 2 separate buildings, but first I'm going to wait for these to go away. Top 9 DF hack commands. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, here's the thing I'm going to say. I'm not going to make any top videos or like list videos again for a bit because I hate making them. And last night when I made it, I was like a little bit of my soul left my body. I was just like, I need to do something else for a while. Because like, I hate the fact that 8 things I wish I knew before playing is the second most viewed video I put up this month. I hate it. It's also my most profitable video this month. It's like, come on. Guys, have better standards. Watch better videos. God damn it. Okay, so I'm going to build this, which is going to be a hospital on the lower level, and on the upper level, a doctor's guild. Yeah, but more people watch videos that are way less effort to make. That's all. Got nothing to do with how simple or complex your potato is. You must submit to the algorithm to put food on the table? Not totally. Because at least currently Twitch still doesn't have an algorithm. At least not one that I have to fully submit to. We're in an ad now, so I'm just going to not unpause the game for 90 seconds. And Giles, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription for the next 3 months. Appreciate you. Just make React content to Krug Smash? I mean, I feel like his videos would be too long to do that. Maybe hoodie hair, but... Thank you very much for the first notification of money on the stream, on the topic of paying bills, in 2 hours. Appreciate you. Thank you much. If I made a potato rating video, it'd get more views than most of my Dwarf Fortress videos. I mean, I've said for years that my most viewed video of all time will be called Let's Play Dwarf Fortress, which is essentially true. Because my most viewed video of all time on my main channel is part 1 of my tutorial Let's Play. So... Top 5 potato-related Twitch usernames. I can tell you for fact, I will never make that video. That is something I will never do. Okay, there we go. I can unpause the game now. So I'm moving the hospital from over here to into here. You can make that will make you thousands of dollars. Hit me with it, Venus. I'm listening. Sometimes. To a bit. To a degree. Little bit. Also, the highest earning video I've ever made has made me just over $900 Canadian. Which is that part 1. Okay, well, I tell you for a fact that will not make me thousands of dollars. Because for it to make thousands of dollars, it would need to get millions of views. Which just won't happen if you're making Dwarf Fortress content, period. Okay, well, all of my videos already make me thousands of Zimbabwe dollars. So, I guess I'm ahead of you then. Basically, like, 2 million views on an 8-minute, or 1 million views on an 8-minute video is about $2,000 USD. I need more beds. That's way less than I thought. No, I mean, YouTube videos don't pay well. Like, but also in some cases, it's way more than people think. It's kind of funny. It's either way less than people think or way more than people think. All right, so this right here can become a meeting zone. Which is going to be the hospital, the Copper House. And these can all be deconstructed. We can move everything over here. Could also probably just put a well into here. That goat on the stairs ever starved to death? It was a llama, and yes. Telenarthel, thank you very much for asking chat to post beers. Chat, Telenarthel would like you to post beers. This is a very messy hospital because of the floor that it's on. Okay, so then I'm going to build a stair up here. And once this is done, this whole thing is going to become our Doctor's Guild up top. The Forgotten Beast Cuthab has come, a skinless newt. It has webs and straight tails, and it squirms and fidgets. And I think it's already killed several serpent men. This one moves quick. Let's hope that one doesn't get into the fort. Fire guy? Fire guy is in fact still down there, yeah. At least as of last time I checked. The newt doesn't stand a chance against Mothram. Very few things do, in fact. Very, very, very few things do. It's just all of this construction I already did. Fine. At least we're making progress again. Okay. Did the save crash? Yeah, because I tried to launch Stone Sense against my better judgment. Mostly because I was quite happy with how this, like, these constructions I'm building were turning out. And I was like, you know what? I would actually like to see what these look like in Stone Sense. And so I decided to look, and the game crashed. So, it's my own fault. Should have known better. Don't ever use Stone Sense, kids. What? Hold on a second. Number one. Hire some... I'm not even reading what you're saying, Venus. You actually think that you play so much DF, you encounter so many crazy things, you could monetize them hiring an editor. Okay, so I'm going to stop you at the hiring an editor thing. How much money do you think I make off of my YouTube channel every month? Because you just said $10 an hour. Okay, how much money do you think I make off of my YouTube channel every month? Genuinely, how much money do you think I make off of my YouTube channel every month? Hire an editor at $10 an hour. You just said. From Pakistan, specifically. Specifically Pakistan. $10 a month. Or $10 an hour. 60K USD a year? That's hysterically cute. I don't think I've made 30K Canadian this year. No. I make about $600 a month, okay? So on average, let's just say a video takes... me, the higher effort ones, and I'm not talking about the highlights, I'm talking about the higher effort ones, it takes me about 2 hours, okay? On an average video on my YouTube channel makes me about $10 Canadian. So if I hire, and that's a good earning video. Most of the community forts make like $1.50, okay? So if I hire an editor at $10 an hour, like this is always like the audiences. I'm not going after you specifically for clarity's sake. This is always the audience's first thing that they say. Is hire an editor. One, I already have an editor. Okay, I use him very sparingly to cut down the VODs and do things. Like if the stream crashes and the VOD gets cut, I'll ask him to stitch the two together and upload it, and it takes him 30 minutes. Like I will get him to do very small busy work. Because if I actually ask him to edit videos, it costs, and he's cheap, by the way. I think he costs about $20 an hour. If I actually get him to edit videos for me, suddenly it's an $80 bill for a video, right? Which is, I'm underpaying him already, okay? Suddenly it's an $80 bill for a video, and my YouTube channel, instead of me making $600 a month, costs me $1,000. So, okay, yes, I could hire an editor and pay him fuck all. The videos would be awful and nobody would watch them. Or they'd be about the same level of quality as they are right now and the same audience would watch them. But I wouldn't make money, right? So I'm a very, very, very low budget business, right? I make enough so that me, total between Twitch and YouTube, I make around 60,000 a year, Canadian. After taxes, okay? Before taxes, that number looks bigger. But after taxes, this year I'm set to make 60K, and this is my best year ever. Ever. And probably will never be this good again. Because Dwarf Fortress launched this year. Right? So, just thank you so much for having the thought that, now it's the editor I use is an editor that a lot of streamers I know use, and he's a fan of all of our content and watches us anyways. And it's like a hobby thing that he does for fun. So, and he gets paid a little bit. So like, just realize that even when you say, hire somebody and pay them an inhumanly low rate, which one, I wouldn't feel comfortable with doing to begin with, you still need to realize that that's likely not cost effective. This industry is nowhere near as simple as people make it sound. The amount of money people like me is probably lower than the vast majority of people assume. And I'm using the wrong type of stone. So, like, yeah, I just be very, very, very careful with your assumptions when it comes to this industry, because yeah, I don't know. It's just, this isn't an industry where, like, unless you're getting legitimately, like, 100,000 views a video, you can't afford an editor, right? And just to, like, throw an example, Splattercat, okay, does quite well, doesn't have an editor. He does all of his stuff himself, right? Like, he uploads a video a day, does all of his editing himself. And that's the majority of his work, is editing and playing the games and recording the games. No, here's the thing. If you have numbers, it can be extremely lucrative. But when I say if you have numbers, I mean, if you stream on Twitch and pull 1,000+ viewers, you're doing well. If you, like, are making videos on YouTube and you get 100,000 views per video, you're doing well, right? Outside of that, and even that then, like, well is relative, right? Like, right now, after taxes, between Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, merch sales, and tips, I'm trying to do, like, conversion math to figure out how much I'm making after taxes. After taxes, I'm probably making around 2,600 CAD. Around that. So that's okay. My rent is $1,000. My rent is very low. So my rent is $1,000 Canadian. Then food. Then, you know, like, actually having a life and going outside sometimes. No, I'm already in the 0.01% of the platform. That doesn't mean I'm making $1 billion, right? Actually, here, I could tell you where I am on the platform. Where am I on Twitch right now? Twitch tracker. Let's give it a minute for that website to load. I don't technically live in Vancouver. I live in Surrey. But even for Surrey, my rent is really cheap. I just say I live in Vancouver because nobody knows where Surrey is. Everybody knows where Vancouver is. Most people who say they live in Vancouver don't actually live in Vancouver. It's like saying that you live in Seattle. Most likely you don't live in Seattle. You live in one of the areas around Seattle. If you say that you live in like San Francisco, you probably mean you actually live in the Bay Area, which means you live up to an hour outside of San Francisco. I'm about, not that Surrey, Stone. I live like, I don't know, a 40-minute train ride from Vancouver. Oh yeah, F1 TV. Yeah, no, my $8 a month or whatever. I think it's like $75 a year for F1 TV. It's pretty cheap. All right, so that's done. Let's move back over to the guild hall and accept it so it doesn't time out. And then I will simply set this whole area up as a guild hall. But yeah, no, I'm not going after you, Venus, specifically, but like I just keep seeing these ideas pop up in chat, and I felt like I really needed to clarify some things. Because like, on one hand, you're right. Those are all risks I could take. But when we're talking about videos that take 2 to 4 hours to make, I'd rather just take time out of my weekend and make the video myself and not pay somebody to do it. Because paying somebody to make video does not equal video get done faster, also does not equal video get done better, does not equal video do better. Paying somebody to do it is just you have money to pay somebody to do it. And that's it. There's this very specific reason as to why my rent is so low. I live in a part of Surrey that 2 decades ago, let's just say a certain gang executed 20 members of another gang on this street, in public, outside. You can go Google it if you want. I might have the numbers wrong, but you can go Google it. That happened in the area that I live. I'm close enough to that area that the area still has a reputation, which is now no longer correct. But when I moved in almost 10 years ago now, that idea of this area was much more common still. And so when I moved in, rent was like significantly cheaper than anywhere else in the vicinity because of that. And they can only raise my rent 2% per year. And I have a nice landlord that generally doesn't even raise it by 2%. So if I didn't have the rent that I have, I wouldn't be able to afford to stream full time. Or I would need roommates. Or I'd have to go move in with my parents. Or something. Or I would need a job. Probably the last one, actually. I'd probably just stream part-time and have a job. Sounds like a nice area? It's fine. It's fine if you are not selling heroin to people. If you're selling heroin to people, it's probably not a good place to live. Yeah, go nuts, Dress Wings. Please, put me on a different subject. Anything. Rent was 15% cheaper than the other parts of the city. When I moved in here, my rent was $700 a month. And that was in 2014. Vancouver has so many gangs. It's a city. Mate, it's a city with a lot of people. Every city with a lot of people has a lot of gangs, regardless of how nice the city is. That's just what cities do. Also, Hell's Angels basically don't exist anymore. But, I mean, they do, but they don't. Was rated the best city in the world for human living. It is. Or it's one of. It has gangs because it's a city. Like, to give you an idea, I go use the ATM, and within 90 seconds of using an ATM around here, a dude will ride up. This is partially because of how I look. I'm a skinny white guy with, like, long, dark-colored hair. But within a couple seconds, some dude will ride up on a bicycle and ask if I'm buying heroin or ketamine. Like, that's what happens when you live in a city. You blew out an area where you wanted to make staircases and made a wall thinking that you could mine a staircase out of it, but found out you can't remove the wall either. Is there a way to make a staircase when you already destroyed a wall? And how do I get rid of a constructed wall? So to get rid of a constructed wall, you have to be beside it. So like, if are you asking like if you've channeled out an area, can you build a staircase in it? Well, you'd have to basically do this, like use a constructed staircase under the constructions tab, this, and use materials for it instead of digging through it. So like you probably dug it out using this tool, I would assume. Yeah, so you have to use this tool. As for the walls, you have to remove the walls before you can build stairs there. So build stairs next to the wall, either by channeling or either by using the dig tool or by using the construct tool if there's an open space there. So basically the construct tool, this uses a material to make a stair where there's nothing. This uses the material that's already there to make a stair in a solid rock wall. I'm going to keep an eye on this dwarf. Everywhere in the planet that has money, where there is a demand for any illicit goods, has gangs. Does not matter where in the world you are. Literally anywhere in the world where there is a lot of money and people want things, they have gangs. If you do not believe that, then you are an extraordinarily naive person. I just wanted to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs. Legalize all drugs. It lowers crime. I'm just saying. Anyway. Or at the very least, decriminalize all drugs. Don't blame addicts. Blame the ones selling. So, you know, Venus, if you genuinely have to ask that question, I genuinely believe I do not give a shit to answer. Because if you genuinely have to ask the question, you live in a world of naivety that I envy. And I do not want to spoil your, like, naive world that you live in. Valve took away all your CSGO. Wait, what? that they can do that? Was that because CSGO or CS2 is replacing CSGO? That's bizarre. What the fuck? So, that's fucking nutty. Like, that's actually fucked up. What? Yeah, no, that's actually fucked up. What the hell? We'll see you when you get back, Disco Dork. Jesus. Anyway, we were talking about me being high up in Twitch. Where am I on Twitch right now? Let's see. Currently, I am the top 0.15% of Twitch. I am the, currently, as live right now, I am in the 0.01% of Twitch with 190 people watching. I have 100% of the directory's viewers. I guess nobody else is streaming right now. I am the 11,338th biggest channel on Twitch. Probably higher than that in earning. That's actually fucked up. Do you have any social media that you could post about that? Because I would go yell really loudly somewhere about that if I were you. Let's keep working on this. Chat, what would be a good statue to put into a doctor's guild? You have Twitch and YouTube. I mean, I was thinking like Reddit or 10.com, currently known as X, but... You know, let's do green glass statue. 20 of them. They're going to be my chief medical dwarf. With a bit of an ego. Seems pretty doctor-like. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. I feel like there would need to be some bookcases in here somewhere. And let's do some display items. Rock pedestals. Let's make 20 of them. Doesn't matter what materials. Gonna make more wooden crutches. And splints. Spiffy Bald Guy, thank you very much for the 9th month. All my Dwarf Fortress achievements are gone. Yes, all gone. And thank you very much for the first resub in 30 minutes. Appreciate you, Spiffy. For 9 months with Prime. Time flies so fast. Your chief medical dwarf got his hand detached? So you're kind enough to put it in a display case in the hospital. Oh, that's funny. I approve of this. Chat, an ad break is about to run, and I need to take a leak. So you guys can watch this woodcutter walk around. I will be back in less than 90 seconds.
Over here, he has a sword.
Cheese for everyone.
A chalk ring? Yes, I agree. Waiting for the ad to end. Seems like it might not last. Yeah, it'll fall apart. It's like a kid's craft. I made you this ring out of a thing of chalk. Also, so chat room. This is either going to be a boo or a yay. M Volta, thank you very much for that brand new subscription. Hello. Welcome. So you know how Fortnite, or not Fortnite, Epic Games laid off 900 people? Around 900 people? Apparently they laid off the entire Fall Guys team. So that happened.
Woo!
I shouldn't laugh at that. But, sorry, that timing was... Mwah. But also, yeah, what the fuck? Wait, people still play Fall Guys? Not anymore. Maybe? Probably? Anyway, Zas, the farmer, has created Ubash Kathir, a chalk ring and offers it to the Mark of War. This is a chalk ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square, brilliant cut milk quartzites and taper cut, baguette cut rock crystals, and encircled with bands of tower cap. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron, and menaces with spikes of chalk and tower cap. On the item is an image of a giant impalas in milk quartz. On the item is an image of a buckler in steel. Motherfucker took one of my steel. Did I find iron ore yet? No. However, I am importing iron. So, no, I have not found any iron ore yet. It's gonna make this much easier. I'm starting to think I'm just not going to. So that's my current suspicion. This is a very messy hospital. Not for profit. Oh yeah. Only in it for goodwill, definitely. No isms here. You have good news for you? Are you saying that is the good news, JBT, that nobody plays Fall Guys? Or is the good news that somebody is making that? So it's not multiplayer if nobody's playing. Rusty, thank you very much for the $1. And starting the hype train. There's now a hype train. But if people care, you can make number go up. Because I just kind of assume that everybody has all the hype train emotes already. But thank you. Best thing to do with useless stuff they make from moods. They're not useless usually. If they're weapons, they can be quite useful. I usually just put them on pedestals to increase the value of rooms. You can also sell them, or if they are weapons, you can, you know, use them as weapons. But they have to be assigned specifically to a soldier if it's a weapon. I was going to say, yeah, it's just called a 3D platformer, but... like, go try playing Spyro or something. Okay, let's go up to the top of this. At least I've got a decent enough amount of chalk right now. Zoomzang, thank you very much for the resub for 13 months. Welcome back. All right, so from that, let's go all the way up to the top of this. Queue up the stuff to finish this one. And let's do all that. It's a bunch of jobs that need to get done. Venus, you are all about the weird takes today. Like, not even bad takes, just weird takes. Such a strange thing to say. I would actually argue that Spyro performs better with millennials than it did when it was like a mainstream franchise, but okay, so let's do this. I think you've gotten a lot confused with a lot today. Just kind of in general. What's the largest area you can mine out without needing supports? The entire map. As long as you don't remove the edges of the map so that nothing is supporting it, you can mine out literally everything. Unless nothing is supporting it, like stuff can't float in midair, you're good to go. Way to make me feel... I was going to say, it's just a game for King, and King certainly ain't no boomer. I'm not trying to suggest that it's a game for certain people who like cute animals, but, like, definitely that audience enjoys it. On collectathon games in that era, so maybe not Spyro in specific, but yeah, I know, I get it. I mean, collectathon era games, you know, honestly, like the logic of saying a certain type of game is for boomers, there literally is only one, and that's like games from the 80s, basically. Like, I guess like Atari, some old home computers, Candy Crush is for boomers. That, you know what? Actually, you got me there, Neff. That's the first thing you've said in my chat ever, and honestly, nailed it. You found me. You got me. That is Candy Crush, and probably also, oh, what's the name of that fucking game? Bejeweled. Bejeweled is for boomers. I love Bejeweled, though. I will never say anything bad about Bejeweled. Bejeweled is a perfect series of video games that was killed. I still just can't get over that they laid off the entire fucking, like, Fall Guys team. Like, that's... The Fall Guys finally became the Fall Guys. Like, that's absurd. If it's Pokemon... Hold on a second. Candy Crush, no. And Bejeweled, no. Because both of those games are older than Pokemon Puzzle League. So you can't say that they're a Pokemon Puzzle League when they predate it. You've never, I mean, first you thought that gangs didn't exist in major cities, and now you've never heard of Gen X. What have you heard of? Like, almost a genuine question. Mostly not, but almost. Dwarf Fortress, apparently? Yeah, clearly. I feel like I'm going after you. I'm not. I swear. This is just a very funny conversation to me. Okay, let's do that. Technically, you're not allowed to ask that on Twitch, but I'll allow it. Got one. I don't technically have to ban you, but I do have to conveniently forget. All right. We're into late winter. Can never quite tell if Child is just upset or actually getting murdered. Right now, it sounds like Child is getting murdered outside of my building. Pretty sure Child is just annoyed at, like, not getting a candy bar or something. But I sometimes wonder. What, Dwarf Fortress? Oh, Word Feud. I was like, did Dwarf Fortress just pop out of nowhere for you? Word Feud. Who makes Word Feud? Because if, depending on who makes it, that would explain it. Word Feud, mobile game. Who makes it? Huh. Yeah, no. Nobody of note. Interesting. Although apparently the company that makes it was founded in 2012. Oh, and Word Feud released in 2010. Damn. Probably just blew up finally. Not getting candy and getting murdered is a fine line when you're a child. You are correct, yeah. Some Danish nobody. I mean, that happens all the time in mobile game space. Word Feud is here to break society apart for real. Okay, Grandpa. Moving on. Wait, what? You don't need a bedroom that big, Dwarf. Let's go up top here. This one's already assigned. Okay, how are we doing on bedrooms? Let's assign a couple bedrooms so we can see how we're doing. Even baby gets a bedroom. And then what, suddenly out of nowhere get super big? I mean, that kind of happened with Among Us. Among Us was out for like a year and a half before it got like more than 200 concurrent players. Like Among Us had been out and around for quite some time. It just needed the right promotion at the right time, so. Yeah, sometimes it's just the right streamers at the right price point. Sometimes it's the right piece of marketing, the right piece of word of mouth, the right update, the just luck. Could be any number of things that launches a game into infinity. No, Among Us 1,000%. It was the pandemic that blew that game up. 1,000%. 1,000%. You know what? Actually, let's just do it this way. So I set this whole thing up as limestone, so I only need to designate it once. There you go. Lots of games are. Manticore. Never played it. You know what's an interesting thing that has started happening since Among Us got big is kids no longer play Mafia, they play Among Us. Like, you know, growing up, we used to play Mafia and like other, I guess, physical space games like that. Now they play Among Us. Yeah, like in real life. My kids are like, let's play Among Us. And then they literally just play Mafia. Just like prop hunt? Yeah, totally. It's no longer hide and seek, it's prop hunt. So, yeah, I don't know. Among Us has had a huge cultural impact. Which, honestly, Canadian company. Shoutouts to them. You still play Werewolf IRL? Yeah, I mean, but like, if it's a bunch of kids in elementary school, they call it Among Us. All right, let's do this. Also, Werewolf's still a pretty fun game. At least Town of Salem never got truly humongous, so like kids don't say, I'm gonna go play Town of Salem. Anyway, shoutouts to the two Town of Salem fans in the chat. Yep, Dresswing's Devilish just linked it. Yeah, it's one of the oldest Discords ever, actually. It was in the first 10,000. It was part of the beta when the beta was still closed. I knew a guy at the time who had access to the Discord beta and invited me to it. And I was like, this seems useless. Why would anybody want this? And it was one of the biggest spats of growth I'd had up until that point because got like all my regulars in there and then put out an ad to everyone and boom, everybody showed up. It's like, wow. Wild. I remember playing Fortnite back when it was just the Save the World mode. I remember hearing about Epic Games showing a new IP at E3 in 2011. And it was codenamed Fortnite. And it was supposed to be a Minecraft clone. It was like 2011. And I remember going, wow, I wonder what that looks like. Okay, so I'm going to put some more displays in here. Yeah, Minecraft plus Call of Duty. It was like Minecraft with guns was like their pitch. This ghost that I keep forgetting to memorialize. Thanks for reminding me, Ghost. Frightened after being haunted by the dead. I'm so sorry there, Dwarf. Because you are stuck in a modern definition of the word alpha. That's not the definition of the word alpha. And in that context, especially not the definition of the word alpha. Alpha, it stands for the first version. So you make the first version of a thing. First playable alpha. It's the first playable version, right? Beta would be the second version. Before release and going gold. It's because you're listening to like shitty anti-women podcasters' definition of the word alpha and not the actual definition of the word alpha. It's like calling it first version, second version. Alpha isn't better. Alpha is just the first one. I mean, a lot of games misuse the terms, but I'm talking in development terms here, not marketing terms, so... What was I typing in? I was working on a thing and then that... Another weird take threw me off. Right. Splint. Crutch. I'll put a bar of soap on the last one when I have one. Or, you know what? We could just put a piece of cloth. Let's actually... Yeah, let's go for spider silk. Gamma knife. That's all I have to say about Gamma. I mean, hold on. Allow me to just show you a piece of video game humor from everybody's favorite video game community manager, Victoria Tran, which I thought I posted in memes, but clearly didn't. Did I not? Ah, there it is. It's just way too far down. Oi, are you an alpha? Because you're a broken, unpolished, and lack core features and should not be released to the general public. Shoutouts to Victoria. Yes, I did just sing a line from King Gizzard. I own that record on vinyl, so. Epsilon? Epsilon sounds like a character from like a comic book. I do tend to agree. Epsilon is a pretty good sounding like letter from the Greek alphabet. Let's go work on everybody's favorite part of Dwarf Fortress, chat room. Also, Victoria is the community manager for Among Us, for reference. She works for Inner Sloth. Used to work for Kit Fox before Inner Sloth. So. Generally, in my experience, people who identify themselves with Greek characters to try and make themselves seem cool and or better than people just make them sound like they're part of a frat, which I associate with assholes who are generally mean to people, force people to do shitty things for clout, and not people I want to be around. Generally. That being said, Epsilon is a fun word to say. Alpha souls? Nah, not even. I wouldn't even give them that. Hi, dumb. I'm blind. Let's keep moving up. Gonna take me 10,000 years. Then I'm gonna do a quick save after this because, god damn it, I don't care to have to do this a second time. And now we're talking about floppy drives. Okay. The direction this chat room goes sometimes. Oops, that's the wrong material. You know, I'm gonna make my life a little bit easier. Hold up. Forbid, 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 forbid. And cork. Forbid. Okay. So I think I can actually just use closest materials because everything else is forbidden. This is much better. I mean, not technically. A save icon is a B-type floppy disk, and a floppy disk is actually kind of a different design and quite a bit bigger. Has a hole in the middle and a few other things. Like an actual floppy doesn't look like a save icon. But I digress. Because those floppy disks are no longer floppy. I like actual flop in my floppy disk. If it doesn't have flop, it ain't no floppy disk. My dad used to like insist on calling those disks hard disks because they are not floppy. And then when CDs were introduced, he just started calling them CDs. Which, I don't know. If your disks don't flop, then I don't want... Exactly! Here, I'll show you a disc with some good flop. This is a copy of Deskmate TM for the Tandy computer. See? It flop. If it don't flop, there's too much dark in here. See? It flop. Yeah, compact. I mean, I also have a cassette tape within arm's distance. So this is a blank cassette. I'm supposed to put the Hollow Knight soundtrack on this for my dad. He's never done it. Anyway. Ironically, I do also have non-floppy floppy. Oh yeah, I do. This is disc 1 of Prince of Persia. I don't have any VCR tapes, so I guess you win. All right. We're about to get hit by an ad, but I'm just building a pump stack, so you guys aren't missing much. And I finally ran out of parts. All right. Like pennies, Venus? The cassette is worth like 50 cents, maybe. The floppies are worth a couple of pennies. Just because it's old doesn't mean it automatically has value. I mean, if I had the complete in box for Prince of Persia for the Mac, maybe. But I don't. Also, those are literally, like, the Prince of Persia copy I played as a child. And the other game I have in there, Demon Attack, is literally the first game I ever played. I don't even know if it still runs, and I intend to frame it one day. Put it on my wall. Because it... sentimental value. Very first video game I ever played was Demon Attack for the Tandy. Home computer. You're back from socializing your tiny dog. Okay, did he run in circles, growl, and summon Satan? Because if he didn't, then he isn't truly a tiny dog. One of my neighbor's dogs that looks very similar to yours, Elfie, no longer growls and runs away when she sees me, which I consider to be a success. And even a kiss? Well, what a nice dog. Is a floppy inside of hard plastic, so it's still kind of floppy. Not my floppy! Some, like, scam floppy, I tell ya. Very good boy away from the house. Interesting. Today's conversations have been wild. We've been all over the place. Remember, just anybody who's watching is going, what the fuck are they talking? You can always just ask out of context Dwarf Fortress questions and somebody will answer them. Like, just because we blab about whatever the fuck doesn't mean, like, you can't ask questions about Dwarf Fortress. It's totally fine. You're more than, like, allowed to just occasionally ask some questions about Dwarf Fortress. I'm actually curious if we have anything that can be milled. There we go. I guess so. What do we have that can be milled? Oats! We're making oat flour. Sometimes you think people were smarter than them. Certainly less distracted. Smarter? I don't know about that. You were playing, I guess, but I was playing it off of a DOS prompt. Yeah, all of the games I played back then were off of DOS prompts. Okay, so most of my workshops are forbidden right now because I went through and forbid all of my jobs. Which is actually kind of nice. Turns out, like, forbidding every single block is a really quick way to, like, grind all of your, like, construction to a halt. Hello, Claiborne. Grr. At least it was a very few number that got collapsed there. Whatever, they'll put it all back together. All right, so let's go over to the Doctor's Guild and make some of those statues that I've probably got coming along. Yep, there we go. All these green glass statues. All the Chief Medical Dwarf. Watching over all of the patients, you know, as they do. Just in time for a celebration of green glass? Certainly. Just in time. Okay. So, Claiborne, since you're just seeing this for the first time, I should just mention that this fortress has a bit of a problem. I have yet to find any natural source of metal. So we have no metal. Quite literally none on the map. So I'm forced to be creative, shall we say. Fortunately, I also haven't been attacked yet, and I'm not provoking any enemies. Also, this is full. Meaning, it's currently coming up. I can stop this minecart route. The minimum mineral occurrence. But the map claimed to have iron on it, so it just clearly lied. I tried digging deeper. No. No, I haven't. Not once. That's not true, actually, Devilish. I did find one tile of platinum. Who the hell is bringing this minecart up? It should be here by now. Surprise platinum? Yeah, no, totally. I'm going to forbid this minecart. I think it's more interesting to play on low mineral settings, but you do you. I think it's much more interesting to play on low mineral settings. You know, let's just deconstruct this. Because it forces you to make more interesting decisions. Yeah, then it would all be in an aquifer, fried onions. And it's shallow metal, so. But I've definitely dug around in these corners on other layers. But on the surface, it's a very thick aquifer. So I'm not worrying about it too much. I'm just simply importing metal. Just simply importing metal, and then I will lock the door when baddies happen. All right, that should remove all of that. And why do I keep closing this menu? That's the other question. Why are all of my bolts forbidden? That's curious. There's several mods that have made it over the years, and dress wings. Genuinely, you don't want that. You might think that you want that, but trust me, you don't want that. It's literally never going to happen. The developers have no interest in developing it. Most of the audience isn't interested in that direction. It's not that type of game. The engine isn't capable of it. You think the development for the game is slow right now. Try adding netcode to an engine that started well, it's running on code that actually probably started development pre-2002. Yeah, good luck. That's it. It's never gonna happen. But don't ask. God damn it. There's a couple of mods that sort of make Dwarf Fortress sort of made older versions of Dwarf Fortress playable in multiplayer, which firmly solidified in my brain that, yeah, you don't want that. You really don't. You might think you do, but turns out, in fact, you don't. You really, really, really don't want that. Yeah, play like passing a save file around with some friends. That's a good way to play Dwarf Fortress cooperatively. Dwarf Fortress, when I say Dwarf Fortress, encompassates both modes, including Legends, World Gen. I will say this again. There will never be any kind of multiplayer in Dwarf Fortress vanilla by the developers ever, because they've stated that. They have absolutely no interest in developing that, they have absolutely no interest in supporting that, and they have absolutely no interest in building that. So, no, it's never going to happen. If you think the development for Dwarf Fortress is slow right now, imagine if they also had to rebuild the entire engine to allow for netcode. It's not like they're running in Unity where they can just push a button and then have multiplayer. And even then, it's not that easy with Unity. It was for everything. Basically, it allowed two people to play the game concurrently. Didn't allow them to look at... No, actually, here's the thing. The mods for that, there's multiple of them. So the one that I played, which was called DwarfNet, allowed you to run an instance of Dwarf Fortress remotely on a server, and then multiple people could access it and play at the same time. You could access certain menus at different times when the other people didn't have them up, but everything else was shared. You do not want that. You do not want that. Dwarf Fortress is the sequel, Fried Onions. Dwarf Fortress is a sequel. So Dwarf Fortress technically is DF2. Oh, by opening it? Really, like, launching the game gave you all of your achievements back? Oh, I see. For starting the game and playing one round. Well, then, that's even worse, actually. But no, Dwarf Fortress is not a multiplayer game and will never be a multiplayer game, thankfully. Where are you going? I see. That is genuinely fucked that you're losing. Like, I'm so sorry for you, dude. Like, that is beyond nuts. I'm looking for ones that didn't get completed. Like, I would probably just, like, stop playing CSGO for all eternity forever. If that happened to me. Or Counter-Strike in general, not CSGO specifically. No, it's just that there's another potato that has arrived, that's all. It's not that you have rep in the channel, it's just that there's more potatoes. There's just enough people who watch the stream with the username, with potato in their username, that it's like a thing. I mean, 2 dropped, not 1.6, I think you mean? I need a beer. Oh boy. All right, let's do this, that. You know, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Steam achievements are terrible. because they have no actual value because you can just use like a third-party piece of software to unlock them all, which might get you a VAC ban, but at the same time, they have no actual value because they're so easy to cheat in so many games. This is just like reconfirming my general dislike of Steam achievements. Engraver's been taken by a Fey Mood. We will follow you. No. If you had CSGO achievements, they are now gone because Counter-Strike 2 makes CSGO no longer exist. Quite literally. That encourage alternate play styles. No, I agree with you. Like, there are good uses for achievements. The structure of Steam achievements is terrible. Like, it's not achievements in general that I dislike. It's specifically Steam achievements. Achievements in video games can be great. Is CSGO 2 like Overwatch 2? I assume people like CSGO 2. Because, like, it's just Counter-Strike, but with, like, more stuff added, basically. Yeah, no, I mean, and, like, general people's responses seems great. Aside from, like, the normal complaints, like, fuck this matchmaking. People are saying fix your servers, but aside from that, like... But it has, like, the new smoke grenade shit that they were yelling about. They removed play modes? Of course they did. It's a new game. Of course they did. But no, that's just the norm with multiplayer games these days. Hand hides we have. Rock we have lots of. Raw green glass. Everybody wants raw green glass. Should just queue up like... Why can't I type in here? What? I don't have caps lock on. Have I found a menu that you can't type in? I beg your pardon? Okay, I can type now, but it's all cap. That is weird. There's something weird going on with green glass furnaces. Yeah. Bizarre. Okay. The amount of money you give to your home faction when trading is the factor that determines how many migrants you get. Unless you are just so far away from your faction that they can't physically get to you, in which case then you just will eventually get none. Okay, is there anything else that you need? Like bones? Green glass, yep. Silk we have, tanned hides we have. Rock we have. Green glass, okay. Some thieves. Gotta wait. For your faction to take over the whole world given enough playtime? Depends on the size and shape of the world. Like, if your faction is locked to an island, no, it's not possible. But theoretically, you could take over your entire landmass given enough time. It's more of a challenge of your own ability to not fall asleep due to boredom than it is actually a challenge. I don't do it. People always ask me to do it. And the reason I don't do it is because I'm well aware of the fact that it would take me months, weeks, real time, maybe longer than that, depending on how big the world is. And frankly, I can't be asked. Like, I know how long it would take. I know how fucky taking over locations and sites can be. And I do not care to even bother. Genuinely, do not care to even bother. There's 2 that give the legendary skill bump. There's another one which I'm blanking on the name of, which is essentially a Fey mood, but rarer. And I can't remember the name of it right now. There's another one that also gives a the ones that are white, when their name when it says that they've gone into like working secretly, if it's purple like possession, they don't get a legendary skill. But if it's white, they get a legendary skill from it. I don't think the Macabre might give legendary butcher. I don't actually know. Do they become legendary? Felmoods become legendary bone carvers? Okay. Yeah, any of the ones with the white coloration. I'll say Dragon Man. Oh. Nope. I mean, that's like asking, are metalheads, like Satanists? No, we just like death metal and scary iconography. Like that, we're not Satanists, okay? Just because I really like listening to Wolves in the Throne Room and Tribunal doesn't mean that I'm sacrificing goats in my kitchen frequently. Okay? Just because I really like listening to Dimmu Borgir does not mean that I'm starting a cult, okay? I haven't started any recent cults, okay? It's been a while. What I'm saying is, it's like asking if somebody who is into horror movies is evil. You're sick today, I had to cancel your plans. Cancel your plans, time to watch Blind. Seems fine to me. But hopefully you feel better soon, dude. That sucks. Yeah, only occasional ones. Yeah. Like the dog that keeps barking outside. I might have to sacrifice it for reasons to some elder god. Anyway. Unless the dog itself is already the elder god. I mean, you can still have pizza even if you're sick. Unless it's like, you know, tummy thing. I haven't been to a pool in a very long time, though. Was it a pizza party? Well then, I mean, gotta make the most of it, right? At least you're doing the right thing staying home. Human caravan has arrived. They would like to trade. If I ain't keeping up with my cult quota, damn it! You're not supposed to tell anybody about the cult quota, okay? Come on, man. Why you gotta out me like that? But yeah, lazy metalhead, 100% guilty as charged. Armor. Small linen tunic. It's funny. Okay, Dwarf is off claiming other items that they need. I will say this. I am bringing my metal vest to TwitchCon. It's got a full Dark Tranquility back patch. So I will be easy to spot at TwitchCon, hopefully. No, I won't just be wearing purple like every other dude there. I prefer to rock and stone in that order. My broker Kel is, who by the way is the one that was, this Kel, Basement Kel, is the one that was running around in the basement being chased by multiple demons through water in Starfield. I don't rock and stone, but sometimes I do rock while stoned. Tangentially related. I got a gypsum kikis named Neuralid. It's a instrument, I assume. This is a gypsum kikis. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of hanging of gypsum, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Darius Cardin II, and dwarves in gypsum. Darius Cardin is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Darius to the position of king of the rumored anvil in the early spring of 180. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in green glass. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack on the ticks of drying of the legendary curses and rumor terrors by the rumored anvil in the early winter of 166 during the riddled onslaught. And the item is an image of a well-churn, the domain immortal of summits. I think that's a battle I did, by the way. The domain immortal of summits, the adamantine warhammer, also a thing I made. On the item is an image of the tanned hides and yak leather. The kikis is a large handheld wind instrument consisting of 9 adjacent conical stone pipes. The musician blows across of each of the pipe, and the instrument has a nearly 4-octave range, going from very low to very high pitch. All pitches of the instrument has a choppy, steady timbre. It has 2 registers. A low register has a noisy, rugged, heavy timbre, and the high register begins at a mid-low pitch and has a clear, wobbling timbre. Yeah, we used it as a display piece. It was a symbol of our strength. So my very, very, very crammed tavern down here needs one of these. I'm also going to make some green glass goblets. It hasn't been for a while. I periodically name dwarves when I get migrant waves and when I'm bored. I don't bother with the dwarf redeem anymore because a very small collection of people got all of the dwarves and nobody else ever got dwarves, and I kind of got tired of it. So I've gotten rid of it quite some time ago now, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. If we ever get a huge influx of audience again, although he might just be stuck in an ad. If we ever get a huge influx of audience again, like December, then I'll turn it back on. But till then, there's no reason to have it. Coffee is a less discombobulating, decaffeinated friendship. Never have I ever sniffed a tree without first asking permission. The question we ask. All caught up. Also, hi, Budgie. I'm waiting for an ad to end, which is why I'm hovering on this screen. 20 seconds. You know, since we were talking about old games earlier, I don't know what this is. And it's not out yet. It's out in 22 hours. But this looks adorable. I just like the art. got a little Halloween vibe. Looks like something that would have been on, like, you know, very old console or computer. Like OG Zelda, kinda. Plays a pumpkin. That looks adorable. Actually, hold on a second. There's something sus about this game. Glitter Mitten Grove and Frog Fractions 2 guide. Huh. Okay, now suddenly I'm expecting this to be like some weird psychological horror game that's going to like take over your computer and make you... Hold on a second. Find a strange and varied biomes of the Monster Moon. Find upgrades and unlock shortcuts to help you get even better. Defend yourself from monsters. Ask Dad for help if you get stuck. What is Inlander B? All right, so this is a Not What It Seems game. There's something else going on here. It's also a Pico 8 game, actually. I refuse to believe that that game is what it seems. All right. Anyway, what was I doing? Right. Yeah, I'm putting a chest in here so I can let them have that instrument. Twinbeard? Twinbeard also sounds very familiar. But, anyway, how much further down am I over here? I should probably trade. That's what I should do. Well, these humans didn't bring me anything useful. So I will simply buy all of the all of the food from them that I can afford. Maybe not the leaves and fruit. And definitely not the plants. And let's remove cheese until I can afford it. Now I can. There we go. Thank you, humans. Now we suddenly have meat and fish. Look at that. Great. Nice cheese. I was also working on this. Let's actually finish this up first. Then I'll go back to the other stuff I was working on. So I'm kind of planning on making the top floor of these bedrooms just one large room, like one large floor. And I'm thinking that if we get a baron or some noble at some point, we'll give that to them. Just kind of being a little bit prepared, you know? Also missed a cabinet in one of these. And a bed in one. Awesome. But yeah, no, I wonder if that's actually the Frog Fractions guy making another game. I wonder. Not really. Some people are annoyed by them being ugly. You can make them invisible if you don't want to see them. There is no inherent negative about just leaving stones everywhere. Just about everybody has bedrooms. Even the kids are getting bedrooms. Even I gave a bedroom to a baby just now. Child. There's some that need them. You're a big kid now. Tell him. Just a straight up Gelder? Yeah, there's plenty of Gelders that migrate over from other parts of the faction. Alright, so this is going to be topside. So this all the way up here. Is just going to be a big limestone platform, which I need to click that other button before I click and drag. I'll remember eventually. There it is. Limestone. Limestone. And you know what? Let's go down to the middle here. And just put limestone walls in the middle of these. Because I think that would look kind of neat. Yeah, but you need a lot of temperature changes to be happening, so that doesn't usually happen much unless you're pumping lava everywhere, which generally only happens once, or you're above ground. So unless you're above ground, that doesn't really apply, Clayborn, but yeah, you're not wrong. So this area up here would become a space for a noble, if we ever end up with one. I realize I'm just building over these, but that's fine. This can just be deconstructed because I'm going to be using it anyway. How do I make dwarves stop gathering wood that's been chopped down? The way I do it is by adding a wheelbarrow or two to the stockpile. So if you don't want them all gathering it all at once, well, I mean, the flooding river is a different problem. Usually what I do is I just have like 1 or 2 wheelbarrows assigned to the stockpile, and then only 1 or 2 dwarves can actually collect the item. Because only the number of wheelbarrows that are available are the number of dwarves that can collect the item. That's how I do it, but world's kind of your oyster on that one. There's many different solutions. You can just forbid them. You could lock them in a burrow. There's all kinds of ways. But yeah, the forbidding tool right here is your friend. I may also get rid of these 2 right here. And just keep this one. Dwarves forced to only collect things in wheelbarrows if they're assigned to the stockpile? Yep. Maybe I should have put that in the things I wish I knew video. But yeah, it's like the best way to limit the amount of dwarves doing collection of an item. Just simply put wheelbarrows on the stockpile. It's generally nothing of value anymore. It's one of those things that's easy to miss unless you see them starting at the stockpile. Yeah, no, totally. It's a very easy thing to miss. All right, well, these are all done all the way up to here. Now I have to find new housing solutions, or alternatively, don't house any more dwarves. I think I'll probably build another one right here. I do have space. Dwarves don't care about gold statues, but have positive thoughts about random archery targets. No, that's not true. They can get happy thoughts about statues' placements, but they don't particularly care about material. So the blockaded hall now wants a grand guild hall, so I have to upgrade a guild hall to grand, this one. So this needs to go up to the value of 30,000 because I'm playing with, what's it called on hard? I'm playing with economy on hard. Now, I think what I'm going to do is actually just make this thing bigger. Is what I'm going to do. The wiki, yeah, to discover dwarves stuff. But yeah, I mean, they'll have more than just random happy thoughts about targets. I mean, they'll have happy thoughts about tables, targets, and statues and other things. But they don't generally care about the material specifically. It's pretty rare that they will have thoughts about the material. It is pretty rare. Dwarves are so delightfully random. Yeah, no, I mean, I used to always be amazed that they felt pleasure near a fine seat. It's like, I don't want you feeling pleasure anywhere in public. But, you know, I guess they feel pleasure near a fine seat. Okay. Wait, as in you felt pleasure near a fine seat, or you don't want feeling pleasure? People feeling pleasure in public. How functional is the seat? Good question. I'm going to need more rock blocks once the current job is done anyway, so. What's the most annoying thing about DF for me? Getting asked the same questions in chat every day. But does that count? The most annoying thing about Dwarf Fortress for me? People asking me why I don't use DF hack. Probably. Or people asking me why there isn't multiplayer or when there's going to be multiplayer. It's probably mostly just questions that people ask me. About the game itself, though, is like the spirit of the question. Most annoying thing about Dwarf Fortress. I still can't add dwarves to military squads from this screen. The old UI used to have a button within the dwarves personality screen, which is basically this screen, except it used to be a thing on the side over here. And under the military tab, you had a list of your squads and could just, with plus and minus on the numpad, select one and press enter and just add them to the squad. You can't do that still. Like, there are crashes, but like they're so few and far between for me at least. And usually it's like, okay, I did that. That's my fault. So generally the crashes don't bother me that much. No, that's fine. People will still ask the questions. And then even if I do have a command, people will still be like, why? So, fortunately, it doesn't really fix anything. You haven't crashed in like 200 hours? Yeah, I mean, I think every single crash I've had in the last couple hundred hours are mostly just me fucking around or breaking something accidentally. Throwing out old clothes? That doesn't really bother me because it's my #1 trade good usually. That doesn't really bother me. I mean, it can be tedious, but like, it's certainly not something that would like cover the question of like something that annoys me. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't use many mods or any mods generally. Trying to think. Let's increase the size of this. Probably just like pick any bug that's been a bug in the game for a very long time that I'm forgetting at this exact minute and name it, and that's probably something that annoys me. I mean, Mark's Dwarves up until recently, but Mark's Dwarves still kind of annoy me because like they're kind of annoying to make work, even though they technically work now. Which is an improvement. It's just not by much. Yeah, I wish filters worked the way they used to. It annoys me that I can't like click and drag pump stacks because pump stacks are still built one pump at a time. I feel the same way about vertical. Basically, building vertical axles and pump stacks annoys me. I put it off usually. But really not that much. It's all like very small nitpicky things. It affects the happiness of the dwarf that made it. But I generally just search by X when trading and sell all my worn clothing. I'm pretty efficient usually. Restacking unstacked bolts, like you see right here, can be tedious after a while because you can't do it. That's something. Hold on a second. Can I put liquids on a pedestal? Sorry, I need to try something. Can I put liquids on a pedestal? Let's wait. Let's find out if water appears on this on display. I kind of want to try putting lava on a pedestal on display and see what happens. I have a feeling that a dwarf will just spontaneously burst into fire if I do that. But if they put water on this pedestal, we'll just let it stay. See if that turns into something. I'm curious now. All right, what's the value of this? 16,000. Okay. I'm going to make 2 platinum figurines and put them in here. Trying to think of other ways I can increase the value of this thing. Without just like engraving all of the floors, because I think that's lazy. It says as he's done that whole area right there. Wait, what? Really? That's nutty. Tellin'. Did I find more metal? I refuse to answer that question. To me, like, the did you find metal is actually becoming like almost a joke. Like it's becoming humorous to me at this point. Why? Because of metal? No, it's okay. Just it's fine. It's always nice people. Every community has its corners that can be awful. Even Dwarf Fortress. Whether that's just people who are just unhinged and not very good at communicating with other people, or genuinely awful people. But yeah, in general, the Dwarf Fortress community is quite nice. I think it also depends on where you are looking in the community. You know, if you're talking with people in a Twitch chat, generally people are pretty nice because most streams on Twitch, at the very least, are pretty good about, you know, keeping things pleasant, and keeping the people around nice. But there's like exceptions to every rule, right? I'm actually going to take one of these off and put it on a different pedestal. No, that's also totally true, Puppet, yeah. What's up, Ward? Thank you for the tutorials on YouTube. Your last one with the 8 tips was very... I don't even consider that a tutorial. That's just clickbait trash to get views, but no problem, dude. The Kobold mod? No. No interest. Really? So here's the thing, right? Kobolds are tiny. Let me look this up. How big is a kobold? So a kobold is maximum possible size for a kobold is 20,000 centimeters cubed. For example and contrast, a dwarf, that's like the size of a child for a dwarf. So that's the maximum possible size. So the reason you're having trouble fighting is because you are forcing yourself to play with one of the least combat effective species in the game. So yeah, you're just like intentionally making your own gameplay experience more difficult by using that. As far as war animals, you train them and assign them to the owner. That's all that you do. And assign them to your like little dudes. That's literally it. There's no more to it than that. There is no control over them. They don't train. Most of them are pretty ineffective unless it's like giant grizzly bears or something. So no, I don't really have any tips for you because you're intentionally making your game unpleasant and difficult. And that makes it really difficult for me to be like, well, you could do this because I don't like mods like that because I don't think they're fun. Like, the game is designed to be played with dwarves, right? The game is relatively balanced around you playing as dwarves. So when you play as other characters, everything goes out the window because the game isn't designed for that. So if you're having a hard time, it's your own fault, and I can't help you, unfortunately. That was definitely Krug Smash. Oh, wait, no. Wait, hold on. Did it have art? Then it was Krug Smash, because he did a video like that, but I did a couple of arena mode videos, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I made an arena video about that. I think. I don't know. I forget every video that I've made like 90 minutes after I've made it, so. So my science is telling me that no, I cannot in fact put things on that. Looking for objects. I may not have used for something yet. Okay, this one can be moved because this is just a tavern. Yeah, which is what me saying it's balanced for dwarves is just more or less me just dismissing the question as I can't give you an actual answer. You got giant fireflies in map? Ooh. Should you worry about things attacking your fortress? Is it timed thing or at a certain point? Nope. There is, okay, so there is no timing or specific point where things will attack you. Dwarf Fortress doesn't work that way. However, if you have less than 20 dwarves, you will not be creating enough noise for Forgotten Beasts to attack until you have 20 dwarves. Same with were creatures and titans. For other factions, you do not make enough noise for them to notice that you're there unless you have more than 80 dwarves. However, it is possible that they are just too distracted and will never notice you. Alternatively, it is possible that they hate your faction so much that they attack you on year 1, regardless of how many dwarves you have. So there are some like hard limits that they don't notice you for a certain period of time, which is 20 and 80 dwarves. And I think there's another one for 140, which is they then send large armies. But if you're already at war with a faction, all bets are off. So that brings me up to 20,000. Let's look for more artifacts. I could just make the space larger. It's still an option. I really just don't have enough artifacts. All right, well, I'll make it larger then. I would just not play as kobolds, but that's just me, though. You should make a temple of the god of metal to get more ore in your fort. It's literally the most popular god in the faction, so I already have an assigned temple to that because the dwarves made me. Not going to help me get more metal, though. But I do actually already have a highest value temple to that because the dwarves already made me do that. It's clearly not working. The dwarves made me do it. It's true, they did. Like, legitimately, they did. Yeah, mountain. Okay, yeah, I did make one with mountain gnomes. That's like I don't remember making one with kobolds, but maybe I did. Can aquifers be drained? Nope. None of them will ever run out of water. So it's not that there some, it's like there's literally none of them will ever run out of water. An optimal layout for Dwarf Fortress is something you don't actually want to see because it's not even remotely pretty looking. If we're talking about like best for dwarves and best for frame rate and best for defense, it's a checkerboard pattern. Having to make this thing bigger because I can't quite get it up to the highest value than I need it to be at. Let's dig through this. Let's place that down. It's best to just nerf Cavern Invaders down to nothing anyway. If you use floors and walls to give it personality, I disagree. But okay. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works, no. Trust me. Well, I mean, it is how Dwarf Fortress works, but do I have to do that? No. I'm just importing metal. There's one type of metal that is guarded by actual hell, not a Balrog. There is no Balrog in Dwarf Fort. But there is one type of metal that's very deep that is surrounded by demons and monsters and things that will kill you pretty quickly. But you really need weapons and metal to do that. Because if you don't have weapons and metal, you're pretty much guaranteed to run into some sort of nasty threat that will simply wipe your entire fortress. And I have no metal, so thus I am not going to go anywhere near that. So you can laugh all you want and ask questions and ask about me finding metal, but like, I'm just going to keep getting more and more mildly annoyed with these answers because if I had a way of getting metal, I would have done it by now. I'm importing metal because that's all I can do. And I will just slowly get more annoyed sounding. Traders have arrived, but I gotta finish this first. Let's go with granite. Granite floors. Franit, yeah, because F is right next to G. Fenced girder. What do I want to trade for? I would very, very, very much like magnetite and hematite. Let's also ask for platinum. They want bracelets. Well, it's not their AI, it's just dwarves in general. Dwarves will go and bonk things with their crossbows instead of getting more ammo because that is the shortest path to thing. So the shorter the path to the thing, that's the thing they will do. So if it's run and try and be a hero to try and save dwarves, they will do that. If it's run to grab more ammo and run back, they will do that. So simply give them no way to possibly path. This includes jumping over walls, climbing down walls one layer. They won't path more than one layer down a wall, so simply don't allow them to have one path to climb down a wall, and you'll generally be fine. Just give them no way to path. Dwarves like to be the hero. It's pretty much that simple. So if they have no way of pathing to the enemy, they will go reload their ammunition. If they don't have a way to, if they have a way to path to the end, if they have a way to the path to the enemy, they will just path to the enemy and try and be a hero. There's actually like a pretty legitimate argument amongst some members of the Dwarf Fortress community that we should be allowed to equip daggers with Mark's dwarves. So when they run out of bolts, they just charge with their daggers, which I think could be pretty cool, actually. Like, I'd be for that idea. Bayonets. I mean, maybe, but... What's up, Psychon? I was thinking, man. Things are fine. Yeah, I know the feel. $26. And then we'll throw statues up here. Hopefully this pushes the value of this space up high enough that it's like actually decent now, but we're not there yet. Getting there though. Yeah, but not when they're made of wood. Crossbows are far and away the worst melee weapon in the game. Like, you might as well hit somebody with a log, which you can actually equip in adventure mode and does no damage. It's like getting hit with a pool noodle. This is a Craftsdwarf's Guild. I mean, it's still worse than a wooden shield. It doesn't matter what material you make crossbows out of. Crossbows are designed to be light. They are the worst melee weapon in the game. Just make sure that your dwarves can't get to the enemy, and you're good. It's pretty simple. How much soak do I have? 91? Wait, hold on a second. There's so many of these forbidden. Hold on. Is literally all of that stuff owned? That's wild. Okay. I need to make more clothes then. trying to figure out what I can sell. I really don't have much. I guess I could sell... Yeah, let's sell glass tubes. Give them a bunch of glass tubes. I understand so much more now about what the hell's going on. That makes so much sense. Holy shit. Oh, fuck it. We'll just bring all this. Absolutely not Troven. It depends on sharp. They all have sharpness, weight, melting point, density, and a bunch of other stats associated with them. So different materials are good for different things. As an example, silver is not very sharp, but it's very dense. So silver is really good for a warhammer, but terrible for a sword. And suffer from even more superior metal rules, especially since everything except adamantine essentially has equal density when it comes to bolts. Due to their max velocity and force, it can be very disheartening to see those cheap bolts bounce off their armored targets when it matters most. Yeah, no, you really need a backup squad for your ranged dwarves. They're really good at softening an enemy, but not very, and slowing down an enemy, but not very good at like outright killing an enemy. Silver in case of werewolves. I've heard mixed reports as to whether or not silver is better against were creatures. So I don't actually know. It might be. But steel is sharper than iron. So steel, you'll get better cutting stats. Steel is also lighter than iron, meaning iron is better for blunt weapons than steel is. Pink Fluffy Llama, thank you very much for the 31st month. Welcome back. All right, well, I don't actually need that much trading stuff, apparently. Just 600 something, so... But fortunately, I do have an opportunity now to... fix a bin problem, because I thought that I had removed bins from a certain stockpile. Turns out I didn't. And then another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this and then not deconstruct that so that all the items get moved away. And then I'm going to go back to this stockpile right here. Edit you. Please don't put trap components here for the love of everything that is dwarfy. 28 is the value. Okay, we're almost there. And it's still chugging away. Well, thank you. I mean, the last 2 months were some of the most important to stay subbed, so thank you. Because of the whole, like, Partner Plus thing, which we've now qualified for, so yay. Which means now I can just, like, take a break for a bit. Not take a break, but, like, from pushing for things. Don't congratulate me. It's you guys who did it. Chat room. Okay, you know what? I'm Just gonna say screw it. Just gonna engrave the rest of it, whatever. What else was I working on? I know I just sold a bunch of these, but let's work on this. Oh, you're congratulating each other, not me. Okay, there you go. That works. Dwarf Fortress is kind of a game that the more you try to optimize it, the less good the game becomes because you see its flaws. Dwarf Fortress, for me at the very least, is very much a game about making things look cool and setting up interesting scenarios. Because if you try and min-max Dwarf Fortress, and I've played Dwarf Fortress like that in the past, very quickly you start to see that dwarves basically have a mind of their own. They're never fully going to obey your orders forever, and will eventually just kind of stop for some sort of impossible to comprehend reason. And there's very little that you can do about that as the player. And I find that every now and again I'll encounter people who try to learn Dwarf Fortress and try to play it like StarCraft or any other RTS, and very quickly are the people that you see complaining on the forums about insert thing here not working or behavior being wrong or this thing not working. Dwarf Fortress for me is very much a role-play game. It's like 99% about role-play and everything else is gravy. Because if you try to play it as a min-maxing game, if you try to play it like Factorio, very quickly you'll just start to see all of the places where it could be better, and then very quickly you'll start saying things like, oh, it should be better in this way. And while I wouldn't disagree with you, you're probably correct. It makes the act of enjoying the game a lot harder. And I see a lot of people stop playing the game pretty quickly when they play the game that way. Or alternatively, they move to the play style of just, playing the game and goofing off. So that's just my 2 cents on that topic, but at the end of the day, play the game the way you like. It's not my place to tell you how you should or should not play the game. Can you make tools out of obsidian? You can make swords and they're terrible. You might as well use like a pickaxe. So another thing I need water power for this. So I'm going to dig down here. 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 And then we're going to start building water power setup number 2. Except this one needs to generate a lot more power. Picks are pretty solid weapons, yep. Because they're technically a blunt and pierce weapon, which makes them pretty good. Well, thank you. You don't have to give me money to name a dwarf, though. I always forget that that feature exists until people use it. Pierce is for picks. So I might need to bring water from another location too for this. Dwarf Fortress for me is it's like it's one of the original create your own fun sandboxes, which turns out are pretty popular these days. You know, like Project Zomboid I would describe as a create your own fun sandbox, right? There's many multiplayer ones like Rust as an example, or DayZ. But there's also many single player create your own fun sandboxes too. Is Halberd a spear axe? I thought that they were like a pike axe with a hook. But dwarves, can dwarves even equip halberds in this version? I know they can equip whips. I don't know about halberds. I might be able to. I don't know. I've never tried. Used to eat sand all the time. I don't fully think that's something you're supposed to do in sandboxes, but like, you know, you live your life, man. I'm not here to judge. I'm gonna just state what I said the first time. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do in sandboxes, but like, you live your life. Rusty's been taken by a Fey mood. I'll have to keep an eye on Rusty. I do know that dwarves can equip halberds if they're using them to chop down trees. Which is like kind of a hysterical if, but... And I'll say this, there are plenty of mods out there that allow you to equip weapons that dwarves are not supposed to be able to equip. Do not use them. That is, just do not use them. The reason you should not use them is the weapons dwarves are able to equip directly correlates with the physics of the game. And while the game may look like tiny little sprites on a screen, there's a lot of physics calculations happening there. You'll get weird bugs if you start using those mods. I think so, in regards to halberds chopping down trees. Don't quote me on that. But I think so. Because I saw some reports of that. I haven't seen it myself or done it myself. I just saw somebody in chat talking about it once. Oopsies. Don't want to build it on the ground. Why do they work with humans? Because humans are taller, have more body mass, more muscle mass, and are designed to use those weapons within the game's physics, whereas dwarves aren't. It's got nothing to do with them being special. What on earth am I making? Water power is what I'm making. To power my pump stack. Which is a stack of pumps that's going to pump lava up to this level. I should probably also connect one of these to a lever so that I can turn the whole thing off. Hillbirds could chop down trees in adventure mode? I had no idea. But yeah, I think that they can chop down trees in this mode, which is why I say that. But no, I'm building water shenanigans is what I'm doing. Which actually means what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to pause this garbage dump zone. I'm going to make a garbage dump zone right here. I'm going to go down to this layer and I'm going to set everything in this to be dumped. So they just get it all out of here. They should just put it all right there. What are you, an elf, Manticore? Come on, man. I mean, you can sort of do that. If you make like a grid of flooring on the ground, eventually seedlings will pop up in that grid. But yeah, you can't do it manually. What's up, white dog? Also, we're about to get hit by an ad again, but I'm just moving stuff out of here, so you're not really missing much. I may actually have to bring more water into this, but we'll see. Depends on if it makes this side drain at all. As long as these keep working, we're good. Dwarves can't plant trees. I don't know if Dresswings is stuck in an ad, but... What are they all for? They're just all over the floor. They're not for anything right now. They're just everywhere in a pile. Because I don't have a stockpile for them currently. But I will probably be placing a lot of floor grates around here as bridges, like this, as an example. But I tend to just always have a surplus of floor grates. Under wheels. 1 Z level under wheels, Disco Dwarf, not over. 1 Z level under. All right, so I'm going to connect this lever to this so I can shut this pump off if need. Thank you. Means a lot, Lump. We're going to go back to working on this monstrosity down here. And I will need to remove that. We'll just do 9 of these. That's all I have. But I will need to remove that dump zone in a second. As a result of a strange mood, you thought the guy was about to go crazy or something? Yeah, strange moods tend to have that effect on people if you don't know what's coming. All right, so all of this is clear, it appears. Okay, sweet. Now get rid of this. Claim all these items back, and I can go down here, and I can unforbid that. Okay, so let's extend this. I love that all of the dwarves are using this as a walkway. I'm just going to put a grate on this so the dwarves stop using it as a walkway. Because I realize it's more efficient than the main way up and down for a lot of these dwarves. But if they keep walking this way, they're going to start drowning. Or someone's going to get a shower unexpectedly. So let's just wait for them all to get out of here. There they go. Okay, sweet. They're still trying to come up this way. There we go. Okay. And now we get to see if my new waterworks works. We'll find out if there's actually enough water in here. Otherwise, if there isn't enough water, I will need to add more water flow, which is possible. I may need to add more water flow. Because this needs to stay 7 of 7. Or not, this needs to stay at least, I think, 5 of 7. As it's 5 of 7, we should be safe. But this thing needs to continue producing 1,000 power, basically. So. WebP host has a 0-click exploit. Oh, that's fun. What does that allow you to do? Access people's computers and whatnot and destroy people's lives? It's this part that I'm worried about, not so much the top bit. Yeah, I'm gonna need more water. Question is how do I do this? They're gonna cancel a lot of this. I'd like to sleep tonight, so no, I won't search for that, but thanks for the heads up all the same. Learning about exploits and whatnot just generally stresses me the ever-living fuck out. So I try my best to just avoid. Harvesting water like nobody's business. You're looking forward to work tomorrow? Seems like, yeah, that makes sense. Oops, actually not that one just yet. I need to let this fill up on its own a little bit first. Also, if anybody's wondering why I'm channeling, it's because I want it to cover 2 levels. So that you get twice the water flow. That is quite literally the main reason for this. There we go. That'll be far enough. I'm channeling into an aquifer, yeah. The water is coming from an aquifer. Specifically a light aquifer. I also channeled into my food storage. Unintentionally, but that's fine. That's easy enough to fix. In 2 places. Not even just one. Okay. Also easy to fix. Okay, let's just throw this stuff into the lava, which is totally fine. And then I can just connect this to the main one right here and get everybody out of here. Washing your hands before dinner has never been so easy. I mean, the water's clean enough, right? Didn't feel anything while yelling at somebody in charge. Stressed. You must be like the one mad dwarf in the fort then. Well, this is still spinning. That's good. And there we go. So this will all add on to the flow eventually. Once that last dwarf gets out of here, fill this in with limestone. That's a good name for a metal song. The One Mad Dwarf. Maybe a power metal song. Rusty has gone stark raving mad because I thought that you already finished that artifact, but I was much more paying attention to this thing that I was working on and the fact that my drinks were going down. So sorry, Rusty, but you've gone stark raving mad. That is 100% my fault. Water hasn't quite reached this far just yet. Why is there a camel in... Anyway. Camel-infused water? Uh-huh. I mean, you can still just go buy the swimming camel mug. Why do I have to make a new one? Also, there is a new mug design coming in, but it's not camel related. Yeah, don't you just hate it when you have a camel in your underground waterway? All the time. Like, every day of my life, I hate it. I wish that camel would just drown. We'll see you later, Space Potato. Good to see you 2 days in a row. All right, down here, I'm going to set this whole area. It's just fucking don't, dwarves. Like, don't even think about it. Like, genuinely, just don't. Just don't even think about it. Just don't do it. Just don't go down here. Especially if you can avoid it. All right, so you've been linked up to that. Sweet. Let's go back to building pump stacks. Maybe it's also time to increase the population limit. Currently, the population is sitting at what? 130? Let's just go 200. 240, including births. Then after that, we'll turn it up to like 300. Make number go up. But I'm going to start... Forgotten Beast! Thiefin, Mithra Pranaphtha has come. A towering scaly shrimp. It has 3 long hanging tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its webs. On a layer where it can't get to us. But there are serpent men. Which it is currently fighting with. And killing. Fear the shrimp. It's a very terrifying shrimp. You wish all shrimp had 3 tails? I mean, it would be more than that you could eat. Okay, so they're riding elk birds. I think this thing's just going to die to the cavern dwellers eventually. They're just going to shoot it with darts eventually and it'll die. Also, look at how quickly this whole thing filled up. This is all 6 of 6, or 6 of 7 now. So very quick is how quickly it filled up. That's all still spinning. This will hopefully start spinning. So I'll do 2... I'll lose 1600 power, which currently isn't enough. I'm actually going to have to make this thing make more power, which isn't too difficult, actually. Yeah, there's going to be enough water in there. Okay, so I'm going to need to cut this to the side real quick. Channel out this side. And add another row to the edge. Mr. Camel's just chilling in the water. This camel isn't even part of my fort. And at this point has to be like a maximum level swimmer because was in this water reservoir for a good long while. Camels just like swimming in this world, I suppose. Still nothing is anywhere near as impressive as the minecart route. Camel's gonna drink all the water. He's trying. He's just a very thirsty camel. So much power. I know, right, Banana? What's the purpose of this minecart? Fills up with water, dumps water. 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 That's what it does. And the water down here does this. Often nothing, but sometimes it makes mist. It also gives them surprise showers. There it goes. That time it made mist. I was trying to figure out how to make it make mist more consistently and then kind of gave up. But it's effective enough. And then this is the prioritized zone for them to walk. Doesn't height do that? Yeah, but not consistently. No, water sitting in the air is what does that, which is why these are so effective, because technically the whole time it's sitting in the air, right? That's why these are so effective, is because the whole time it's sitting in the air. Whereas with this, it's not sitting in the air, it's falling. So technically there's less time for it to make mist. All right. Next question is, where's all my miners and what in the fudge are they doing? Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. I need this done, like, now. We're working on a limited time slot here, dwarves. There's no way to turn the water off once it's on. You have no job. So... Why? Not sure why my dwarves are refusing to mine. But for some reason, they are refusing to mine. I am confused. Can you just decide to go mine soon, Dwarf? Priority number 1? Like, yes, they can get there. They can absolutely... Oh, nope, no, they can't. I mean, yeah, they can. But no, they can't. They'd have to go through the water. Now they can get there. I'm smart. How dare you backseat? I'm going to condemn you to criminal court for all eternity. And your punishment is getting glared at menacingly. Sorry for party rocking. God, I hate that song so much. Unrelated to anything. Hate that song so much. All right, well. Yeah, I'm convinced this is just a really tall camel. I hate you. That doesn't make it better. Claiborne, specifically. I'll say Merlin buff. It's like when a song is bad, a song is just bad. It doesn't matter what lyrics you use. The point of my statement is that that song is bad. And I stand by that. Which is also the reason I don't generally like Weird Al Yankovic songs. Is because Weird Al Yankovic has a habit of covering pop songs that I think are terrible. So he covers a pop song I think is terrible. And then people are like, ah, it's so funny. I'm like, yeah, but I still hate the song. Party Rock by LMFAO. Speaking of artists that fell off and vanished into oblivion, I'm kind of happy they did. Because that was a dark time on the internet. Although the music video was quite funny the first time you saw it, and then after that it got quite annoying. Same thing. If it's a terrible song, it's a terrible song. It doesn't matter who covers it or how funny the lyrics are. Although I generally find Kids Bop covers to be annoying because I don't like the sound of children's voices. Which is probably largely due to the fact that I have zero desire to have kids, and kids kind of scare the piss out of me. I don't like children very much. So kids singing a song just makes a bad song slightly more annoying than it was before. Thankfully. Joshua. Hi, Brahms. What's up, dude? Slender camel? Is that most camels? Your kids are terrorists. You said it, not me. This just posted in my Discord. Felt satisfied while crying on somebody in charge by Flammy. I don't know, bro, but just who's in charge? But geez, we have a. I don't know if you're watching the stream right now, Flammy, but we have a Dwarf Fort talk room. Post your Dwarf Fortress related posts there, not in the general room. The general room is for general discussion. Dwarf Fort isn't general discussion. And personally, I think that general discussion is probably actually like the subordinate of, or probably has a subordinate like sergeant debating or something. Anyway, water is continuing to flow slowly. Lieutenant speeches. Lieutenant speeches. Yeah, there you go. Not to be confused with Lieutenant Peaches. Very different people. Honestly, that would probably be the computer talk room, or maybe the programming talk room. I don't know. We got one for both of those. We are short corkscrews, which means I could probably actually just pause and or get rid of all of the tube jobs. Got plenty of tubes. It's not hot unless you're currently set on fire. So it can't really be a hot take. Gunnery Sergeant whispers. There you go. Sergeant Whispers just sounds like a game that's full of cat furries. Because it's way too close to whiskers. All right. I'm going to start building another round of housing. It's going to go right here. There's another camel here, chat. It's only a matter of time until this camel learns how to swim. You're currently dealing with an elevation 44 wagon embark whose bottom of hell is at 6. Wait, really? That seems kind of awesome, actually. Everything's super close together. I once had an embark where everything was like 10 Z levels apart. It was kind of awesome. Because like everything was just super easy to access. It was super quick to get everything. Ten people layoffs at Blizzard. You don't know why it didn't. Which is why it didn't make news amidst the other layoffs. I'm still just amazed and shocked that Epic laid off the more or less the entirety of the Fall Guys team. Like, anyway, Rusty died. Let's just make sure you end up in the right place. Which you are. Yeah, no, Epic laid off 900 people this morning. Almost, or just under 900 people this morning. And among them were more or less the entirety of the Fall Guys team. Serpent Man has gone berserk. Oh, noes! Whatever shall I do? This poor Serpent Man. He's in a berserk rage. This poor dude. He's been in a puddle for... Okay, I too would be... Okay, chat, look, so let's unpack this. This is a corner of the first cavern layer, right? There's this serpent man that I was trying to shoot, like, bone bolts at, and then just kind of gave up because I couldn't even damage them. Bunch of naked bulldogs, naked mole dogs, not bulldogs, naked mole dogs have shown up and I guess live on these mushrooms with them. One of them fell off and just went berserk, and now all of the mole dogs are running around in mortal fear. This is one of the most Dwarf Fortress scenes I've seen in a while. I think one of them may have died, actually. Hold on. No, that's just a giant olm. So they killed a giant olm at some point. Anyway, Ognet's been taken by a Fey Mood, and I just resized my game so slightly. Actually, another thing that annoys me about Dwarf Fortress is that you can resize the window. I wish the window wasn't resizable once the what's it called? Once the resolution was set. It bothers me when games let you resize windows. Certainly a thing, yep. So we're getting a clothing artifact. So chat room, the first person to type in... I'm looking for an emote. Corgi Derp correctly gets his dwarf. Yeah, a couple times. More than one. Wait, when you say Civil War, do you mean like Tantrum Spiral? Because those don't really happen anymore. Do you mean a Loyalty Cascade? Because those sometimes happen, but are very rare in the current version. Or do you mean like your own faction invades you? Rolls? Rolf lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he lacks confidence in his abilities and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he doesn't care what others think of him, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He prefers to consume herring, sweet potato plants, cherry wine, parsnip seeds, and absolutely hates rats. And, what do you want? Bones, yep. Bones, I assume. I'm quite happy with how we've gotten the moods in this fort, though. Even though the minecart probably has more kills than most of my soldiers. It's quite effective. What, super pissed off? Now deceased? Time for bed. Catch you later. How's your trip to Germany been? Before you zip off, are you still in Europe or are you like back home now? Regardless, though, you have I'm assuming you're still in Europe based on the time you're going to bed. But you have a good night, dude. Well, you have a good rest of your trip. Take care, Claiborne. Longfin Mako shark leather. Huh. All right. Don't know where that came from. Usually the humans, but I haven't traded for leather of any sorts in a while. Also, because there's still a good number of people here and people haven't started going to bed yet, I'm going to be doing a stream tomorrow, chat. I have a few ideas of things we could do. It's probably not going to be Dwarf Fortress, or at least not Dwarf Fortress for the entirety of it. Probably just not Dwarf Fortress altogether. But I'm kind of thinking about using tomorrow as an opportunity to remind my dumbass brain how to play Keeper RL. So I've had some people ask me about Keeper RL as of late. And, I don't know. I don't know when I relearned that game. I haven't played that game in like 7 or 8 years. So I remember almost none of it. Last time I played it, it had no graphics. So, 3 cave spider silk cloths, fungi woods, stray bull bone, rough adventurines, logfin mako shark leather, round milk cabochons, and milk quartz cabochons, limestone blocks, and rough wood opals. So what do you think of that idea, chat? You guys down for watching me fumble thumbs my way into remembering how to play that game, or alternatively not remembering how to play that game and then giving up in frustration eventually? I have a feeling it'll be fine. I have it on good authority that it'll probably be fine. But, what do you think? Sounds good to you? Hell yeah. Well, this is still slowly filling. The only problem with doing like these super all over the place little streams like this is it does take forever to fill. Rolf the Weaver has created Avaluvkud Orthokashiz, a frilly cave spider silk head veil, and offers it to the Mark of War. Such an ironic name for a fortress with no metal. This is a frilly cave spider silk head veil. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave spider silk and cowbone, and encircled with bands of cave spider silk, brilette-cut adventurines, and rectangular limestone cabochons. It is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object is this object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of dwarves and fungi, with the dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Heavensbolt by the Mark of War of the rumored anvil of the early spring of 180. On the item is an image of plank busts, the blockaded roads, a large intricate searing metal low boot in longfin mako shark leather. On the item is an image of a groundhog in milk quartz. The groundhog does not see its shadow. On the item is an image of a tetrahedral tetrahedra in wood opal. It's a pretty good artifact, actually. And do I have somewhere I could put it, actually? Yeah, let's put it up here. To just max out the value of this particular spot up here. That's not good. Trying to get constant vengeful when existing conflicts. There's something fighting. Or something trying to fight somewhere. In before it's the camel. Speaking of the camel, where did the camel go? Chad, I've lost the camel. Oh. You know, it probably actually is the camel. I'm just going to tell my dwarves to beat the shit out of this camel and hopefully kill it. Anyway, they're running away from the camel really quickly. In before this camel causes multiple dwarves to die. Remember how I said in before this causes multiple dwarves to die? Dude. Okay, cool. You got it. There you go. Camel is now seriously injured. Stop diving into the water, you doofus. I need you to stay out of the water and get stabbed to death like a good camel. There you go. Runs right to where the bodies go. That's perfect. Awesome. Excellent. I needed the camel out of my fort, okay? It's nothing against the camel personally. I do not personally have any beef with the camel. Neither does the camel, because I don't think a camel makes beef. Now I want to know, what kind of meat does is it like a red meat? Is it a white meat? Now I wonder. All right, let's go here. All right, I've got a doctor who's seriously injured. Or rather, a diagnoser who's seriously injured. Hopefully you're getting tended to. Needs cleaning, stitches. I actually have a bunch of injuries from that. Well, that's awkward. Fortunately, we have a good number of doctors. Okay, so let's go back to working on this pump stack. We should actually have enough to finish her up now. And then it's just a matter of walling the whole thing off and waiting for power. And then I can figure out where I want to put the minecarts. Because I need to make some iron minecarts. I need to power some iron minecarts. That's what I need. So chat, I'm planning to attempt, good way to start this, to defend my fort using either automated minecart dumping mechanisms, so basically identical to my water setup over there, or automated minecart repeating cannons similar to that setup. So we need to prototype that now. Am I out of Gabbro? How the fuck am I out of Gabbro? Green glass block. Let's just do 80. Let's get rid of these corkscrews because we have enough. Let's get rid of these tubes because we also have enough. You're exhausted mentally? Oh no. I'll feel better, dude. It's the worst when work is just mentally exhausting because there's almost nothing you can do about it. But stream's been good. Chat, how's stream been? Rate the stream for today out of 10. Yesterday was a little nutty, so today's been kind of quiet in some ways, but that's just because in comparison to yesterday, today's been kind of quiet. But overall, it's been good. No real complaints. Yeah. It did start with a crash. Yeah, we did get a crash, which was... kind of took the wind out of my sails for a bit, but we're mostly back to normal by now. -10 out of -10? Well, I mean, depending on what Z level we're on, I suppose. Yeah. But since you're mentally exhausted, Tele, I won't make you guess things like I've been doing with other people. But I will say, subscribing is currently on sale until the end of the month, okay? And gifting subs is currently also on sale, which is very rarely on sale. So... I'm just saying, we're very close to that sub goal up there. I could sort of see the number, it's tiny, but like up there, up there, we've almost hit our sub goal. If I hit that sub goal, I have to gift the mug to the chat. I don't have to, but that's what I choose to do. So, this is Zuglar, who I'm going to name Tele. Tele B. The Strand Extractor. Cracks easily under pressure and tends to avoid crowds. Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tries to do things correctly each time. She has little interest in joking around, and she is not particularly interested when others think of her. And she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Thanks, Banana, for the 5-pack of gift subs. You're very kind. She has little interest in joking around, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is trusting. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she can sometimes act without deliberation and is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear and usually live differently from herself. She has an active imagination, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions of her practical applications, and she occasionally overindulges and could be considered rude. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she often feels envious of others. She's grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Stammers when she's excited and has a habit of stretching her body during pauses in conversation. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally dislikes cooperation and dreams of raising a family. And you have no family. Probably why you dream of raising one. So the next dwarf here, because I'm just giving out dwarves sort of pseudo at random, aced. She has a greedy streak, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she's not inherently moved by her talents and accomplishments, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she occasionally can overindulge. She is curious and eager to learn. Welcome to the fort. She personally deeply respects skill at arms, and those that deny their impulses are somewhat stiff. Tobes, thank you very much for the 3 tier 1 subscriptions. You're very kind. She finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and dreams of mastering a skill, like silver. And prefers to consume giant leopard gecko and potato plants and date wine. And absolutely hates fire snakes. You know, honestly, I personally have been dating beer for years, but, you know, it's nice that she dates wine. You know? Fun on a boring Friday, you know what I'm saying? Next dwarf here is the first name that I see, which is Manticore Alpha. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Word. I can just leave it at that. That's like just my current mindset towards the world. Has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and is quick to form negative views about things. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally values hard work, values eloquence and tranquility and a peaceful day, and likes native copper and fine trifle pewter and amethyst, and prefers to consume brown bullhead, leeks, and soft wheat beer. Hates slugs. Next dwarf here is G-Fin. G-Fin lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He's quick to form negative views about things and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is a little tight with resources when working on projects. Is slow to anger and can handle stress. Has a greedy streak and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and laughs very loudly when he's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and does not particularly value the truth. Hey, Onyx, how are you? And you have a pet dog and a pet keet. Here comes your dog. Next up here is the hiker jag. Jag.
10 months.
Well, congratulations on catching the stream for the first time. Top hike. Thank you very much for the 10th month, Onyx. It's very kind of you. We are almost at that sub goal, aren't we? 909, isn't it? Yeah, it's 909. Almost at the sub goal. We're at 905 right now. So 4 more subscriptions, and I have to gift a mug out to the chat. Somebody gets a free mug on me. Hiker Jag is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He has an active sense of humor and a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Welp. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is trusting, and he has a sense of duty. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is stubborn and prefers to present himself modestly, and can sometimes act without deliberation. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees lying as an important means to an end. Dislikes cooperation, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. So it's time. Marcado, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. You were extremely kind. It's to you and the rest of chat as well. Oh, wow. Paul brought a Paul's bunch of t-shirts kind of surprised me on the amount of revenue I'd made today on the thing. I completely forgot that had happened, and then saw that, like, I was like, anyway, just threw me off. I'm going to gift out Dinner Dwarves, which is my personal favorite mug design. And credit card information. And done. Dinner Dwarves, yes. Onyx, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Top Hike. Cheers, dude. Always amazed by how quickly that pops up. Exclamation point enter if you would like a chance to win that mug. It is, of course, when it loads, this mug. This is the Dinner Dwarves mug. It's like a play on the Last Supper, but with my emotes. Courtesy, art courtesy of Cooler_SK. Art's very good. Like, very good. So, it's a good time. Because my, like, stuff doesn't really have my name on it or anything. So, you don't have to worry about that. It's just a cool mug. Kremlin for Jesus. Pretty much. All right, let's see what else is coming in. We got a brewer. We'll name some other dwarves later. Onyx, thank you very much for the $1. Toulon. On the clerk. Some turkey. Nil, the engineer. Awesome. And Onyx, thank you very much for gifting a subscription and for the $1. You're very kind. I haven't been above 900 subscriptions in quite some time, so like 2 months or so. Heart of the Tiger, which is not to be confused with the Eye of the Tiger. Thank you very much for entering and winning. Now simply click on the redeem button and you should get all the information you need to get your mug. Can dwarves mess up gelding? Why is everybody worried about that? No. And also, no, it doesn't mean that they're going to start, like, gelding your dwarves. Which are, like, the two things people worry about. People are always like, oh, no, can they mess it up? And then also, like, are they going to geld my dwarves? It's like, no. Not how that works. Forgotten Beast Datari has come. A three-eyed tarantula. It has large mandibles and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous bite. Also, I guess I should increase the sub goal, hey? Let's go with something kind of funny. Sure, why not? Thought that was horse related. Gelding is the term for removing the nuts from a male piece of livestock. That's a bit too high, goat. Also, to anybody who's been gifted a subscription, congratulations. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Wasn't the leader of the stupid lake fort a master gelder? I have a very vague recollection of that, but it sounds right. Hold on a second. Is the turkey really fighting? Oh. So a turkey just got hit by a minecart? I think. I thought that I had this whole setup, like, forbidden. I guess not. Anyway, somebody just got hit by a flying... Two animals just got, like, pulverized by a flying minecart. They're criminals? I mean, clearly. It was definitely... That minecart was 100% dispensing justice. At a velocity of warp 10. High velocity justice is best justice. Although, find me any kind of bird that follows the law. Chat room, thank you very much for the level 4 hype train. You guys are nutty. That's all I can really say. You delivered justice a quarter mile at a time? Yeah. Seems about right. Bird law's pretty complicated. Nightwing and Robin. Those aren't birds. We're also technically criminal vigilantes. Also, yeah, that does make sense. Like, does Batman really follow the law? I don't think Batman's following the law when he's like running around beating. Like, yeah, okay, he's doing it. He's like an anti-hero kind of. He's more of a like a. Hello again, Embertron. Hello again. Mm-hmm. That's a fun little walkway I just built. I can build more stuff down here if I need to. Like around here and down here. All right, how's this spinning going? Still not spinning. So what I might do is this. It's also probably violating a lot of zoning laws of this bat cave. Yeah, but zoning laws are bullshit. We all know this. Everybody knows that zoning laws are bullcrap. Looks like a tiger is turning around and gifting a mug back into the chat room. So thank you very much, dude. Didn't need to do that, but... But chat room, exclamation point, enter, if you would like a chance to win a mug. There we go. This is filling up now at the speed I need it to. Still kind of amazed by the frame rate of this fort. Let's go up here. Set up more bedrooms. Exclamation point, enter. You nailed it, Disco Dwarf. I'm out of doors, apparently. MB Audio, you have won a Dinner Dwarfs mug. So congratulations. You done did it. I really hope this is going to work. Otherwise, I just need to get more water flowing into here, which isn't too big of a deal, but... Although, oddly enough, makes this whole loop safer. But... Let's see how many dwarves need beds. Quite a few, turns out. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of it. Oh, actually, no. I'm just going to get rid of all of this. We'll just let them build that. And then all the way across to here. And then all of this can be limestone. Except for this back wall. Because it's just going to have a wall built on top of it. Doesn't really matter. That's kind of a crappy emote. I don't know. I've seen streamers go around, like, discouraging people from saying, hey, gift me a sub. And that's kind of what that emote says, no? All right, let's do limestone. Make nice large apartments. I don't know, posting it twice isn't going to make me feel any different about it. This is also going to take forever to actually do correctly because they're going to likely break a bunch of construction priorities. Let's do that and that. You've slept and woke up and I'm still streaming. Did you sleep for more than 12 hours? Or wait, were you, what day did you go to bed? Because yeah, either you slept for less than 5 hours or you slept for more than 12. One of the two, because I did stream for almost 12 yesterday. Meaning I was technically still, like I was, oh, that's an open space. I understand what's happening here. Yes, well, good. There you go. I hope you had a good sleep. Hi, I just want to say that I slept and woke up and you're still streaming, okay? I mean, when they last said something, it doesn't necessarily, like the last thing they said was pick me yesterday. So I don't know when they may have been lurking earlier today. So no, I can't just look at their last message. That is painfully inaccurate. You mean comatose? Not comatose? I think comatose is a word. You want to cook yourself into a food coma? I mean, that's not super healthy. But live your life, I suppose. Let's go back down to this. How much good olive adds to food? Olive is one of the... I've met people in my life that don't like olive. And I'll be honest, I don't understand how they function. Olives are wonderful. Fresh, canned, jarred, pitted, not pitted. Olive oil. I would agree that olive oil is better than butter. Purely because I haven't actually bought butter in about 5 years. Actually, yeah, getting close to 5 years now. Do fresh olives taste like? Fresh olives? I don't know. You'd have to, like, eat it to find out. Not something I think I can particularly describe like that. I absolutely hate the flavor of them. They're not human, or were simply raised in a sheltered household, and you should pity them for being pathetic husks of human existence. I like butter with eggs and olive oil for pretty much everything else. Yeah, that's fair. I buy butter occasionally for baking, so I kind of lied, but baking is the only thing I will use butter in. Just like milk. I will only buy milk if I'm baking. Well, for me, it's like I have like 10 different kinds of oil in my cupboard, all in small jars. I got like everything from like sesame seed oil to avocado oil, coconut oil, all in small portions. Use them all for different things. Depends on what I'm cooking. Truly, yeah, Wiz. Human caravan has arrived to trade. Um... 440 cave spider silk cloth. Let's select a random dwarf. Dress and trousers, shoes and socks. Mm-hmm. That's the first few. Yeah, you can scroll up and place them. It's one of the incredibly wonderfully game-changing changes introduced into this version of the game. What does investing do? Nothing as of value. It used to be used to purchase song requests on Song Request Day, but it's been a long time since I've done a Song Request Day. Mostly because big record labels decided they didn't like fun. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it this way. Until this wall's built. And I'll build the rest of it. Somebody's taking a while. There you are. No, I don't use macros. I used to use them, but I have zero interest in turning on and disabling keyboard control. So because they require keyboard control, I just can't be asked. More often than not, in my experience, turning on keyboard control just makes things less convenient and slower. So in the short term of having macros, like I can usually click faster. I'll just do it. Also, I generally don't like using macros because I do my rooms, as you may notice if you look at these, a lot of the layouts are different. I very rarely like uniform layouts. So stuff's kind of all over the place. It's not benefited by macros. For me, like with keyboard control, like I used to play old DF with like keyboard only, right? And I'm very much an all or nothing person. If the game has full only keyboard control where I do not ever need to touch the mouse, I'll use keyboard control. Otherwise, if it's partial, I don't understand the purpose. Like I do not care. So I'm very much all or nothing when it comes to keyboard control. No, because Windrose is terrible, and I'm not a big fan of the Yogscast. So I wouldn't play the Yogscast version, and Windrose is one of the worst bands I've ever seen live, and I don't want to be reminded that they exist. But unfortunately, they did a cover of the really bad song Diggy Diggy Hole, so now I get to be reminded that they exist for all eternity. The Forgotten Beast, Stockpile, Omuuksu has come. A great three-eyed bee. It has 3 long straight horns, and it squirms and fidgets. It's a crew exoskeleton is warty be words, poisonous sting. That's fitting. I was expecting it to have webs or something. And it's fighting with drone ant blowgunners, which are shooting darts at it, I assume. It's enraged, it's injured, it's bleeding, its ability to stand is lost, and it fell to the ground dead. Covered in a whole pile of blow darts. We'll see when we see it, dude. Dwarf's been possessed? Was it anticlimactic? Of course, it was a forgotten beast. Always anticlimactic. Especially when there's cavern dwellers everywhere. You just not trade with them. Yeah, but it only works if you're using keyboard control. It's not built into DF if you're using mouse control, so you have to be using keyboard control. So it's not directly built into Dwarf Fortress. You have to kind of enable it in order for it to work. So, yes, it's built into Dwarf Fortress, but not exactly the way that you're describing. And I would assume most Dwarf Fortress players, at least new ones, are not using keyboard control. I might be completely wrong there, but that tends to be the way of things with new players. Full keyboard control does not exist. It used to exist in version 47 and prior. It hasn't existed in this version ever. So version 50 does not have full keyboard control. So no, it doesn't exist. I'm gonna make a closed stockpile down here. Dwarf has claimed a craft store shop, and they are currently not there. No, I said the day before yesterday that it would be a short stream because I had an appointment. So Tuesday was a short stream because I had an appointment. I went to the appointment on Tuesday and then streamed for 12 hours yesterday to make up for the appointment. Now today is just a normal day. So you have an interesting definition of the word yesterday. Not an incorrect one, just interesting. Yep, you got gifted a sub in that cacophony of subs that flew out not too long ago. Test received, fried onions, loud and clear. What are we testing? Yesterday, Tuesday. Currently Thursday afternoon. All I'm saying is time is an illusion and has no actual meaning, so does it really matter? Other day, just to refer to any day. I feel like that would just confuse people. I like it when people are specific. But if you're not specific and I don't show up on the right day, that's your fault, not mine. So, don't really hurt. Huh? Coca-Cola? What? What are we on about? That seems like it was intended for a different chat room, unless I'm completely misreading the conversation. Oh, I see. It's because I missed what you were responding to. There we go. But yeah, no, the text quick start guide is literally going to be the one on the wiki. That's the one that you're going to be using. There are some very out of date PDF ones, but they're for like version 40 and before. What's wrong with the one on the wiki? Out of curiosity. Yeah. Coca-Cola. I missed it. I was just like, what? Yeah, no, the only quick start guide that exists is the one in the wiki. Wiki one kind of cuts off. Well, it's a quick start guide, right? It's not a, like, all-encompassing tutorial. It's, like, supposed to get you started with the basics. But if you need help, just, like, holler in chat, and we can help you with stuff. Speaking of hollering in chat, first person to type in a Kappa gets this Dwarf. I said Kappa, not to say me. It's just Kappa. It's pretty simple. Wardivore. Wardivore. Wardivore, she revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible. She lives at an utterly languid pace of easy living, calm and slow, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and is stubborn and isn't particularly given to flights of fancy. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and she can handle stress. Needs alcohol to get, or she has a greedy streak, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. D nice. All right, then. Anyway, she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she dreams of raising a family and personally values hard work and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and respects the law and sees war as a useful means to an end. I mean, I could do this. I just want to remember who it's for more than anything. There you go. She absolutely hates worms. Prefers to consume giant lynx, spotted ratfish, two-humped camel cheese, passion fruit wine, pig's milk, and pendant amaranth flower. I gotta admit, this dwarf would be a pretty good captain of the guard. So, congratulations, Denise. D-Nice. You're a cop. And here come the rest of the dwarves. Population rise! Also, I'm gonna go down here and hack these trees down. Still not spinning, god damn it. Why is there another camel in the... Swear to God. These camels are gonna be the death of me, chat room. Gonna be the death of me. Do you or did you ever live in Oklahoma? What in the world spurs that question? Do I sound American to you? That's very depressing if that's the case. American and soon to be American if you have oil. That's less true these days, but... I am very confused by the whole progress of this entire conversation. No, it wouldn't. I just like to be very pretend offended when people ask me if I'm American. because it's the most Canadian thing I could possibly do. And then if they're dense, they just get confused as to why I'm offended. At which point, then I will inform them that I very much dislike my neighbors in a lot of aspects. And they should too if they live there. And then if we don't get along, then usually somebody gets banned, or I get yelled at, or I get called insensitive. And it's a general pretty consistent progression. Like, it's actually kind of wild how offended Americans get when you're just like, yeah, your country sucks. But, like, Canada ain't perfect either, so, you know, we all have our moments. And then also, generally, people from the US are shocked when I talk about, like, the differences between US and Canada, but... You actually have a slight accent, but that's just because you're a Quebecer? Oh, that's fair. I mean, like, sometimes I'll overdo the boots, but where I'm from, we don't really have that. We just sound like we're from the Pacific Northwest, which, shocker, is a lot of the US too. So Pacific Northwest accents generally don't even get, like, noticed as anything but American, because people are just like, oh, you sound like you're from the Pacific Northwest, which means you must be from America, and definitely not Vancouver. We have a very neutral accent, but we do technically have an accent. Everywhere in the world has an accent. It's impossible to exist on this planet without having at least an accent. It was really hard for you to tone your accent down for Americans to understand you when you visited. I'm used to very complicated accents because of how international the area I live is. So we get all kinds of crazy accents around here. Everybody's got an accent from somewhere. Kind of want to widen this. Also kind of don't. You know what? I'm going to widen this. Do a thing I don't want to do. How do you ask such silly questions? Juicy crabs. How could I respond to a question that is so mind-numbingly poorly thought out? I'm actually very okay with answering this question, but not when it's phrased like that. Humbly disagree. You find it really silly what lengths Quebecers go to enforce French here? Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. It is extremely systemically confusing. I'm not going to answer that question for you, Juicy Crabs. I'm just not going to do that. Because I don't want to. It's a pretty simple answer to that. Why do I need one, Matt? The fun fact about FAQs is that nobody tends to read them. I used to have an FAQ that included a lot of things, including the history of my username, and people still asked. So I deleted it eventually, because it took up space. Oh, look at you. Big boy. Such fantastic vision. Maybe one day you'll have to live in hard mode. Yeah, fair enough, Matt. Well, what would you like to know? What's up? Yeah, people generally don't read. It's just kind of the state of the world. Right. So now I've widened this. Let's see if that helps with the flow rate of this. You immediately go to the FAQ to see if it's funny or creative. Well, I'm not saying you did, Juicy Crabs. I just didn't like the wording of the question. So I'm opting to not answer it. So you can keep pestering me, but you'll just keep getting the same response. Yeah, quite literally, GFin. You found the guy who reads terms of service before he agrees? I know somebody who does that. There's been times where it's like, hey, could you install this software? You need it for a thing. And then, like, well, I'll see a post like an hour later. I don't have time to read the terms of service right now. It's like, are you for real? Like, come on. It does not. I've been trying to get the camels out of my creek for a very long time. I'm starting to just give up. But no, my issue with the wording of that question, for a little bit of clarity, I don't know if Juicy's stuck in an ad or not, but I don't like it when people ask me, how do you read text? Like, come on. Really? How do you read text? I don't know. With my foot. Duh. I've beaten several of them to death. Tinsel tits. So there's been a few of them. God doesn't exist, so nobody gave you your eyesight. That came from your genetics, silly. Yikes. What are you coming at me for? God doesn't exist. Never did. Excellent piece of human fiction, though. So, since everybody is weirdly obsessed with my eyes today, I'm legally blind. Neither of my eyes work properly. I have severe tunnel vision and floating blind spots on this eye. This eye doesn't work at all. I can't legally drive in any country in the world, except for maybe India or somewhere where they don't check. I get a little bit of disability for it. And because of the birth defects that fucked up my eyes when I was born, most of my body doesn't work properly, including most of my internal organs. I have a very low life expectancy and probably won't live very long. You happy now? Cool? Everybody feel educated? Awesome. Let's move on to things that are actually relevant. Most of my life is pretty sad, to be honest with you, mate. All right, how's this dwarf doing here? Rough color. What do you need? What do you? Opals, gypsum, cow leather. You need bones, probably. Better, I need to cut some gems. Yeah, I need to cut some gems and kill an animal. Oh shit, the giant roach has returned. Holy fuck, okay. Kill that llama. What does Heavensbolt mean in the context of this game? It's the name of the fort. It's a cool sounding name. That's it. Well, you're fine, Juicy Crabs. Wow. It was like, I need to finish this artifact for this dwarf, and then the dwarf goes berserk. Well, I guess not. Got a tank? Come on, dude, you got this. We're getting this glorious duel between Ghana Tank and this berserk dwarf, and everybody else is just running away like a bunch of pansies. Come on, get over here. Help out Ghana Tank, you dweebs. Or don't. I mean, let him kill Ghana. We could just do that too. She's gonna kill multiple people. Who did she just kill? She just killed Alath. And now... seems that Zan might finally get her. Come on, Zan. You got this. Hang in there, dude. Just keep punching. You're almost there. Never mind, you're getting injured now, too. Really? Okay, now you got backup. I have faith in you, Zan. There you go. That's unfortunate. Fab name. That's what I thought when I first saw it, Gristeth. What caused that? I didn't get that dwarf what they needed for the artifact in time. Because I was too busy rambling about, I don't know, chat asking me annoying questions. And as far as the username goes, the username just stuck. It was originally self-deprecating humor from about 2008. When I used to play, like, Heroes of New Earth and Counter-Strike with friends, I used to use that name, and then eventually moved on to Dota and League of Legends and stuck with the name, and it just kind of stuck. It just kind of became my name. So. And then, like, once you're in a position like I am now, rebranding is hard and kind of expensive and has the chance of, like, fucking up your SEO on a lot of things, so it's just not worth it. Really. I may need more coffins. Do in fact need more coffins. So Ghana Tank unfortunately passed away, valiantly defending the Craftsdwarf's guild from a berserk dwarf. Valiantly. Still Facebook, just like X is still Twitter. I like how Devilish Potato over here is taking clothes away from Ghana Tank. Nice. Well done, Devilish. Yeah, that's true. Can't install COD. Do you not have... Why can't you install COD? Do you not have enough, like, hard drive space or something? Speaking of usernames.
It has been a year. Time for me to go to bed and lurk.
Fanyogs. Thank you very much for the 12th month. Come back. Can you install salmon instead? I would recommend trout, personally. Can't install COD because you're landlocked. I'm just trying to batter my fish and chips over here. Shrimps or hummus? I mean, that's also fair. Like, honestly, I can get behind shrimps or hummus. Because he wanted to be a pilot? Yeah, I don't know. I've been locked out of, like, the majority of shit in my life because of my eyes. Basically, everything I wanted to do as a kid is locked out because of my eyes, so. Word. Try shooting it. It's more, I mean, definitely it's more efficient than, you know, scraping the barrel. It's shooting the fish in the barrel, right? I have some livestock I gotta pasture. A lot of cats, apparently. Probably gelled a bunch of them. Cats and guinea pigs, turns out. Time to go slaughter every single KV boar that isn't named. And also the cats while I'm at it. Not the cats. It's okay. They'll make more. The dwarves have arrived for trading. There's gonna probably be quite a bit of haul stuff to stockpile happening in a second here. Every dwarf deserves a cat? That's not true. Up jump. That name seems vaguely familiar. That is correct. Banana unlimited. Dwarves don't claim cats. Cats claim dwarves. So in order for a dwarf to get a cat or for a dwarf to be a cat's pet, a cat has to like the dwarf. Sometimes I just can't find a thing in a menu. Where is that? Where the heck? There it is. Like, I'm looking for stone and ore. Platinum. Hematite. Magnetite. You know what? Screw it. We'll bring these green glass statues and see how many of them I can sell. And, pipe sections. I don't need that many more, so we'll just sell all those. And I got bodies rotting in there. That's pleasant. Catmen. No, because if there's a domesticated version, there's no animal version of that. So if it's a domesticated by default animal, like cats, then there is no man version of that, because that would be kind of weird if let's just say a dog man had a pet dog. That's suddenly this weird slavery discussion that the developers just didn't want to have, so they just decided to not have any man variants of domesticated animals. Which personally I think is very wise. Depends on the weed you're buying. Although, where did prices of weed come into the discussion? Did I completely miss this? Is this a weed discussion and chat didn't invite me? Hell. That's not a bug. That's a design decision. Anything that is an infant variant or a young variant is called a child. So, and especially in combat logs and stuff, that's just the way the game is. It's the way the game's written. Well, I mean, I generally buy my weed at about 95 an ounce here. Up in Canada. But it's like, the stuff that we used to buy for like 20 for a half ounce was significantly lower potency. So, I don't know. I'd rather pay more for better stuff than less for weaker stuff. It's the same reason like an imperial stout or like a fortified wine is more expensive. So there's just too goddamn heavy. Just too goddamn heavy. There we go. I just won't sell them very much of this stuff. It was all red before. There we go. Turns out when you have no metal and economy set to hard, it's really difficult to actually trade it, trade stuff for a decent value. Like, really quite difficult. Chat, do you want to answer that question for me? I may or may not be getting tired of answering that one. Chat room, can you please answer Baka Glass's question for me? Idiots are the main export? What? Past the bookbinder has been possessed. Let's follow this dwarf. You don't know? Well, I mean, I did just state, when you have no metal, so wouldn't that imply that I have not found metal yet? Are you digging far enough? I've cleared the whole map, mate. I'm pretty sure it's in the middle of one of the aquifers. So, no. I'm not even looking anymore. I've actually stopped looking. And I have no desire to go for the adamantine because I will find one demon that will kill everybody. There's no point in doing that. That's just suiciding the fortress for no reason. Of course, I have iron in the fort, but that's all from imports. Just like I have native platinum that I just imported. And tetrahedrite that I just imported. Have I found it here natively, though? No. And once again, I'm not even looking. Most of chat, apparently, because they keep asking me if I found it yet. Would be my bet. So those are still rotating. Yeah, you just have to channel it all out. So yes, but it's super tedious. Were you gonna say biodegradable? I mean, like, sure, but that doesn't make them any less awful. I don't really get the point. I have no intention of using wooden weapons. Thank you very much. If you bury the dead, you either have to make slabs or you have to, it's a one or the other thing. So either you have to make slabs or you have to make coffins. You don't have to do both. It's just one or the other. No, that's not what I need. This is what I need. As the bookbinder has created a sheepswool tunic called Uralaris Uzal Rithar and offers it to the Mark of War. I'll take a look at that later. Dwarf's about to lock themselves on the other side. Good on you, Dwarf. Now you can get out. Some migrants have arrived. Come at me with a sword when I got nunchucks, I might die. Yeah, that's highly likely. Nunchucks are an extremely dangerous weapon to the wielder. This is gonna be interesting. I wonder if I can like get all this done without this whole thing flooding. We'll find out. That's that. Come on. Dwarves. There you go. Now this. Don't let it flood. Don't let it flood. It's flooding. Dwarves. I need somebody to come here and build this. Anytime this week. Here he comes. Don't forbid it. There you go. Perfect. Excellent. Happy that worked. Sometimes you just gotta challenge the dwarves' stupidity with your own. Let's read the artifact description that just got made. This is a sheep's wool tunic. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned limestone cabochons and marquee cut wood opals. It is decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of cow leather and cat bone. This object menaces. It is made from sheep's wool cloth. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap. On the item is an image of 2 taro in milk quartz. On the item is an image of an octocot gems. What's a taro? In fungi wood. Which part? You might dying or me flooding half the fort? Taro. T-A-R-O. Oh. Big leafy plant. A tropical plant. Taro is an above-ground garden plant. They can be planted in all seasons. It is edible when cooked. Some dwarves like taro for their roots. There you go. Thanks, Dwarf Fort. That's the purple potato? To Google! Taro. It is, in fact, a red root vegetable. Or kind of a... Doesn't really look like a root. Well, I guess some of them are kind of purple. Oh, this makes sense. People put it in bubble tea. That's probably why all of us know that it exists. All right, well... That's a taro, apparently. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Dwarves can totally, like, murder and butcher them each other, but that only happens in very extreme cases. So apparently, I have an engineers guild that wants to form, which is actually pretty cool. I'm super down to make an engineers guild. Put it around here somewhere, maybe in this area. Could be a good spot for it. Thanks, Dwarf Fortress, for increasing my completely pointless weird knowledge. Dwarf Fortress is very good at that. So this is the mechanics guild that I'm constructing currently. In Haynes? Okay. Can you attack other dwarf civilizations? Not your own, but others, yes. Other dwarf civs are just other civs. Dwarves go to war with dwarves all the time. We already have a farmer's guild, and a doctor's guild, and a craftsdwarf's guild. So, I don't actually know how I ended up with an engineer's guild. I must have just gotten a lot of engineer migrants. Yeah, I guess we literally just have like 10 engineers. Also, chat room, remind me how the hell you make gypsum into plaster powder without me looking it up. I always have to look it up, and I always forget. So, chat room, remind me how to make plaster powder, please. Kilns? Is it a kiln? Sounds right. Kiln? Okay. I need a kiln then. Let's make 2 of them. Make them out of dolomite. And I'm going to, real quick, make an infinite stockpile here. Okay, and I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna make a track stop to the right, connected to that. This guild is the birth of OSHA? This? I mean, this is my metalsmith's forge. You need a license to operate in here. Obviously. I'll have you know, the number of accidents in here is actually 0, aside from one during the construction of it. But that was an accident and hasn't happened since. So that only happened once. Makes it completely safe for all future endeavors. I like that my waterworks minecart is inaccessible. Gosh, I wonder why. And you're going to take from this stockpile. We don't talk about accidents that happened before we looked into how dangerous our guild halls were going to be, okay? Although I'll have you know, the thing that had the most accidents was probably this. This minecart, before I accidentally crushed it, had a kill count of like 11 or something. Most of them were like livestock and random camels, but like the number of things that died to this minecart contraption is concerning. When trying to set up magma channels, you always assume one dwarf is going to decide he wants to live right in front of where it's going to flow. Yeah, it's kind of happens quite a bit. Especially if you're not paying much attention. You ain't even seen a minecart in this game yet? Well, that's not a minecart being used for its intended purpose, but I did actually have minecarts for a while that were being used for their intended purpose. I was filling minecarts with lava and transporting it up to where my forges are, but yeah, it can dump without stopping. It's just set to dump north. So it dumps north. So it gets water in it, and then it's set to dump north, and there's 0 brakes on that stop, so it just goes boom at Mach 10 and just keeps going in a circle. So, you know, it goes at high speedies in cycles. Let's set this up as an engineer's guild. If you were stuck in an ad and you missed something I said, just tell me the last thing you heard and I'll repeat what I said. Sometimes I'm good at like timing the ads. Sometimes I'm really bad at it. Mostly because I rarely actually see them coming. Fortunately, Twitch added this feature recently where it pops up in chat, so it's way easier for me to spot. There it is. What is this invest thing? It's a channel point system that predates Twitch's channel point system, so I've just had it for forever and never gotten rid of it. That's all it is. It's a channel point system that I've just had for forever. I refuse to give Disney money, so I wouldn't watch it to begin with. Okay, what's the value of this? Halfway there. Living on a prayer. Yeah, that's fair. We all have our vices. He is not. I know that you said that, but like, having actually looked into the subject, I guarantee you he isn't. Yeah, don't think about it too hard. As somebody who thought about it too hard, he very much is not alive. Because not only did I think about it, I thought about it way too hard. And I can confirm to you that Walt Disney is in fact dead, thankfully. Racist old weirdo. Someone would have leaked it by now. You know, this is my theory about the vast majority of conspiracy theories. It's fucking adorable. Genuinely adorable. That some people actually believe humans are capable of keeping secrets like that. Genuinely, it is hysterical. It's clearly nobody who's super deep into any goddamn conspiracy theory like that has ever worked in any position of management. I'm not even talking about like UFOs and stuff like that. I'm talking about the more wacko out there ones. It's like I'm talking about like freezing Disney's head and shit. It's like, do you actually think people are that good at keeping secrets? Fucking photos of it would be on the internet. You know, like we are incapable of keeping like our own dick pics private half the time. Like, how the hell are we going to keep a secret like some like ultra rich person's head is still alive? Like how in the fuck? Anyway, what was I building? Something. I was about to give something. Right, gypsum plaster. That's what I need. Make plaster powder. Let's just do 40. But there's still a chance. Well, ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes. So clearly, someone's got your back. But once again, don't actually think about it too hard, because if you start looking into it, your theories will be disproved extremely quickly. Like, I mean, there was like a startup at the time, around the time he died, that started actually trying to freeze bits of the human body cryogenically, but also it's like medically impossible that someone could be alive with only their head. So, you know. Doesn't matter how badly you actually want it. Like, it's... Or don't want it, for that matter. It's just completely impossible. Don't take dick pics in the first place. Word! Unless it's, like, only on a, one of those, like, physical, like, immediate printout cameras that has no digital memory and no cloud storage. And even then, maybe just don't do it. Unless you want it to be public. In which case, then, fucking by all means. Take your pictures. Alright, assuming it's only being shared between consenting adults. Anyway, let's do this. A gremlin statue. Not a bad little engineer's spot, I think. Satisfied about learning about optics engineer. Interesting. This is also improving his concentration and machinery. Didn't feel anything after speaking with an acquaintance. You just like learning. You know, and on the topic of Futurama, my brain jars. Chat room, I hate to break it to you. Cartoons aren't real. Just thought I'd drop some hard truths in the chat room right now. All right, well, we're making some gypsum plaster. Grr. They still ain't spinning. Well, you know, if that's your example, then thankfully, cartoons aren't real. Huh. I'm trying to figure out another way down to be able to increase the water flow here without just making a humongous mess. All right, let's just do this. Let's get that boulder out of there. The One Piece is a swimsuit that Blackbeard paid too much money for. I'm mildly upset to know what you're talking about, but if that was actually the ending to One Piece, that would make One Piece a much better show. Explain the laughter from the Rogers crew. All right, so water now fall down here. So I could actually just block this off. But I kind of want water to be going down both ways. That or I just need to dig even more water output for this area. Only the first 1,000? The number went down. I mean, to me, like, shows like One Piece, jokes aside, having watched maybe half a dozen episodes of the damn thing, and bounced off it entirely, it's a fucking soap opera. Like, we've been making those for a while. Like, they're nothing new. Like, we've been making soap operas, you know, as long as we've had television. Although I came to the conclusion recently that Yakuza, or Like a Dragon, if you want to call it by its true name, the Yakuza franchise of video games is a soap opera. Discuss. Because every single one of those games is like a new addition of story to characters that have been in every single one of these games in like different situations with like wacky events and different people are like becoming friends and flipping sides, and like then they make side games that cover side characters in the same area, in the same part of town, but like doing different things with different people. It's like they're quite literally directly just soap operas. I'm not saying, like, I'm not even saying it as a diss. I'm just more just trying to explain why people like that franchise so much to myself. That's really all it is. Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's a crime drama for sure. But structurally, it's a soap opera. I don't know why all of this got forbidden, but it did. You miss old Halo? I mean, theoretically, they're making a new Mass Effect, but I doubt that more and more by the day. What? Dwarves, why are we canceling these? That's not what he means when he says space opera. But really? The Fifth Element had an opera? Why? Okay, so I'm getting all right. Right. Well, this continues to be mildly annoying. I was like, why are all these pieces getting forbidden? Because they're in the one location my dwarves can't actually reach, and there's happens to be a lot of them right there. That's not the tool I wanted. Someone earlier asked me what annoys me about Dwarf Fortress. This building tool. Soap opera is a story that has no end, that is just endless melodrama for the sake of endless melodrama. I don't actually know where the term came from, but it's usually used to refer to a TV show that literally has no intended end. Often enjoyed by seniors. You've eaten an entire sheet of pan pizza. Ask you anything. How do you feel? It's edging for old people. Pretty sure edging can just be edging for old people. We don't have to gatekeep edging from old people. Come on, like, the kink community is all about inclusivity, you gosh darn weirdo. Says the guy who's now being mean, but, you know. Term soap opera originated from radio dramas originally being sponsored by soap manufacturers. Oh. I didn't expect that to go there. Morning, Optimus. Oh, the relevant stories. I would love to hear these relevant stories, because that seems like one of those jobs that would be, like, extremely difficult to actually work in, but hearing about from a third party can be hysterical. Similarly to, you know, like being a nurse or whatever. It's just like, yeah, no, that's can be a horribly stressful job, but if I'm hearing about it from somebody who works in that job. Okay, well then I will say the thing that I always say, banana, when people say that. Sure, that is absolutely acceptable for that to be your fetish. However, in order for it to be applicable, you have to ask for permission. Otherwise, it's assault. So if kink shaming is your fetish, you have to ask for consent before shaming someone's kink. There you go. See, you understand. This was a very complicated thing to explain to somebody not super long ago. Who super didn't get what I was saying. Easy. There you go. I mean, whatever works, really. It's also the law. Yeah, that's true. That is true. It's also the law. Yeah, I had to explain this to somebody at a birthday party a couple years back, Napalm, where they were just like joking about bondage in public and how funny it would be. And then I'm just like, but like, that's not legal. And they're like, no kink shaming. And I was like, no, that's not the point. Like, literally, like, if we're talking about like removing clothes in public because it turns you on, that's like a very much illegal. Like, you legitimately cannot do that. Anyway, speaking of weird conversations, this maybe takes the cake for the day. As I slowly build a stack of dwarf houses. So at least now we have a bunch of plaster for casts now. Exactly, Tinsel Tits. This is another one of these instances where Tinsel Tits' name is hysterical. For when you don't have splints and it's dangerous outside. It is dangerous outside. It's also dangerous in the cavern, but I do also have splints, so we're okay. But sometimes you just need backup, you know? Just seen some shit. I wouldn't be too surprised by that statement. Has literally saved 20 of your dwarves. Well, that's good. It's 20 more dwarves than that you have now that you wouldn't have had otherwise. Anyway, I guess the whole brunt of my point was that when people are talking about kinks and shaming kinks and no kink shaming, and then someone comes along and says, well, shaming is my kink, well, then you just have to, like, inform them of, like, how consent works. Because it always kind of irks me a little bit when that's, like, the leading joke that people make. It's like, well, like, you still can't. Not really. What? Haste? Not sure how to answer that question. Dwarves just like craft dwarfship. They like crafts. They like, basically having eccentric hobbies. That doesn't necessarily make them more hardworking. Are humans better or worse? There really isn't any mechanical difference. Aside from that, in human cities, humans build above ground and dwarves build below ground. Or like just at the surface. Whereas humans build like towers and such. Although humans build catacombs and sewer systems, but... Yeah, true. Dwarves are the only species that make artifacts. What? Did they not deconstruct? Did I cancel that? I don't think I did. No, anybody can make steel. Well, elves can't, I guess, but... Unless they live with dwarves. Dwarves are generally the only ones that access adamantine. But there's no real limitations around steel like that. Couldn't they make magma forges? No, because all the things that elves need, they grow in the trees, right? Like, that's the in-world explanation for it, is they grow everything they need in the trees. Yeah, but Lord of the Rings is very different in its, like, representation of elves than Dwarf Fortress is. Like, it's a night and day difference. Oh, still have a bunch that need bedrooms. We'll do one more layer up here. They buy them? How do we get iPhones? We buy them from somebody who makes them. You make your own iPhone? Really now? And how do you do that, might I ask? I was gonna say, man, this right to repair bill is wild. They find them out in the wilderness with animals in them. Convenient. I've got a dwarf who's real pissed. What did I do? Dwelling upon being unable to pray. Dejected after being unable to be extravagant. Got 2 dwarves that are dehydrated. I have a suspicion as to why that is. I'm gonna remove you from this and just let you go chill out for a bit. So it was Laya and somebody else. Laya, why are you... Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, you know what? That's it. Oops. There you go. That's 2 done. Are they also scared of the dude in underground? Okay, he's dead. And then I'm missing up here this one. They're just in such an inopportune spot. There you go. Now they can move away, and I can get these blocks. Fucking annoying. Made an iPad by kidnapping a person who works at Apple's manufacturing plant. Ah, there you go. All right, let's do pane, glass, window. 50 of them. And let's pan around and see what else is going on. Finally, some gypsums are starting to get placed in there. That's going to take a little bit. Could also increase the size of this stockpile and speed this process up. We're stuck in an ad, so not going to do anything for the next, 60 seconds or so. Usually only bother looking at animals that they bring, the big ones especially. I think that elves can be very useful for animals trading, and they can also be very useful when it comes to... what's the word I'm looking for here? They can also be very useful when it comes to getting specific food types. Sometimes they bring things like sunberries. Happy to help, Optimus. I still hate making those list videos. You'd have given up months ago without you and Salford Cell. You still get overwhelmed even with the most basic fort. It's slowly becoming less. It's, being overwhelmed is a common side effect of playing Dwarf Fortress, especially when you're learning it. But once you've learned it, once you've kind of gotten past that, that kind of goes away after a while. You think was missed with Strange Mood? I think Strange Mood is cheating. I tried to leave out ones that I consider just straight up cheating. Because the ones that I left in are ones that, like, help you fix the game. Whereas things like Strange Mood just, like, can be fixed with knowledge. As long as you know your way around things, like, you can generally be okay. Still ain't spinning, goddammit. It is generating some power now. I guess that's an improvement. But it's so small. So small. Let's just wait for a dwarf to come construct this. I'm sure they can, without slipping immediately. I say as he slips immediately. Come on, dwarf. Okay, fine. Dwarf, I will give you a little bit of assistance here. Okay, now don't fall down the things. Oh, welcome to the Twitch channel side of things. Templar? No problem. I mean, like, the funny thing that I think a lot of people don't know about those tutorials is that the majority of them, I'd already made before on older versions of the game. So it was not my first time making most of those tutorials. Same videos, but again. I don't know if that's what I would call infinite content, but... or mostly just infinite annoyance of having to make the same videos twice. And also then, like, kind of the annoyance of, like, man, I made all these videos once already, and very few people watched them. Then I make the exact same videos a second time, and, like, thousands and thousands of views. Tens of thousands. Hundreds in some cases. Kind of like, man, why didn't you guys all watch it the first time I made these videos? But that's also just not how videos work, so... So this I would like to block. Forgotten Beast of Volcan Ecolastomus has come in a huge blob composed of mud. Beware its webs. That will die to one pinprick. Like this. Like Osman. Flamey Boy. I get it that your upper right leg is gone, but, like, come on. Blobby Boy just walks away. Okay, fine. Where are you headed to, Blobby Boy? Okay, you found a bunch of serpents. Serpentine! Dead serpentine! Times 2. Times 3? So much web? Yeah! It also just killed a toad and a giant olm. Well, I'm not too worried about this one. You need to catch one of those? I just get so many spider webs, it's like I never really feel the need to catch them. All right, well, you know what? I'm just gonna do it this way. There's a river right here. Let's dig to it. I just need a bunch of water. And, like, stat. Let's just go up to here. Channel down through the center of this. Let's go up here. I think digging up, they ignore aquifers, so let's double check this. After embark, hit escape, go to settings, go to game, scroll to population cap, and adjust that to your heart's desire. No problemo, Optimus. Aquifer's already flowing down here. Yeah, so that my suspicion was correct. They ignore aquifers when digging up. I thought that was the case. but I couldn't quite remember. It's kind of interesting. Look at this. I wonder if that's intended. I feel like it's probably not. In any case, it saves so much time. Yeah, no, I agree with that. If no, what was the maximum amount? I've never fully understood people's desire to just, like, increase the population count of a fortress 100 times. So, I've never, like, especially before Steam version, like, if you've only played since Premium, I don't think you fully understand how poorly this game ran previously. So, no. What's the maximum amount? Up until this version of the game, I never had more than 220 dwarves. I would occasionally uncap the amount of invaders, but as far as dwarves go, never turned it above the maximum. Most dwarves I've had is like 250, and in this that's in this version. Probably not, because I don't think you own a quantum computer. And also, quantum computers don't really work that way. They're not just like a magic make all game run better button. It's not how quantum computing works. Okay, how about this? That's not really how quantum computing works theoretically. You're damn right quantum computing isn't politically correct, which is why we've just canceled them all before they got going. Anyway, next question.
Sandwich!
Because I use bridges instead of floodgates because they crush contaminants that get in the way. And they are more like purple? I don't think I've ever seen a purple blueberry. Maybe an unripe blueberry. They're kind of a pinky purple when they're unripe. But a ripe blueberry is very much blue. Please install it and give it a test for the devs. Okay, thanks. I mean, I know like nothing about quantum computing, to be completely honest with you. My assumption is it wouldn't even run. If I'm wrong, feel free to tell me. But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't even run. They'd have to get Dune to run on it first. Yeah, and then teach a rat how to play. Which, by the way, might be my favorite video on the internet right now, is just a rat playing Doom. You like the goldfish playing Elden Ring? Yeah, but the goldfish didn't know what it was doing. The rat actually like kind of looked like it knew what it was doing, which is why I like the rat playing. Okay, Toulon has begun a mysterious construction. Yeah, you're talking about a supercomputer, not a quantum computer. Quantum computing is quite different. Like, there's plenty of supercomputers in existence, sure. What constitutes the chicken playing? I've lost the entirety of this conversation. Somebody just made an artifact bag. Oh, I understand. Someone asked if we can get a chicken to play Dwarf Fortress. Ah. No, but we could probably get a chicken to play World of Warcraft. Actually, I saw a clip recently of a streamer friend of mine who streams primarily BDO, Black Desert Online, literally in a public PvP zone, picking up his keyboard and smashing his keyboard on his face and managing to hit enough hotkeys to kill the person he was PvPing. So, you know, I'm pretty sure we could get a chicken to play BDO. Isn't everything in BDO grind-based? And when you're not grinding, you just wish you were grinding your character? I mean, looking at your character? What I'd be curious to know is if a supercomputer from the 80s could hold up to a PC in the 20s. No. Pretty easy to answer that one. Sweet. Everything's set up. We'll bring more water in. I mean, I've seen Apollo 13. I know that they, like, saved that spaceship with duct tape. All I'm saying is duct tape is more important in computers to, like, the survivability of our species. That is all that I'm suggesting. You love watching the flow physics? Yeah, me too. There's few things more satisfying than just, like, filling up large chunks of space with lava. I'm literally just trying to get some water wheels working. That's all I'm trying to do right now. I mean, many people believe flat Earth all around the globe. Some more migrants have arrived. See what that gets my population up to. 169? 170 maybe? There we go. You got on Twitch, I got a, whatever the Ryzen 7 7800 X3D. How's it treating me? I've got 180 dwarves and we're running at 77 frames per second. I prefer donut Earth theory. To me, it's much tastier than flatbread. It's also amazing that modern phones require almost all known elements and aren't radioactive. Yeah. And the ones that are radioactive are just in such small quantities it doesn't matter. Juicy Crabs. You remember how I said earlier I didn't like how the question was phrased? Take that tenfold for the one you just asked. If that existed, you think I would do it already, right? We don't live in some fucking cyberpunk dystopia. We live in a boring dystopia. We don't actually get any benefits from the tech we have. Just the take-backs. So absolutely not. There are no bionics or things that could help me see better. Ask another stupid question, and I definitely will not answer it. Just curious? If you ever bring up my eyes again, I will completely ignore you. You've, like, slammed me on the dumb question chart. I cannot speak coherently anymore with your level of incompetence. All right, I'm gonna run through this way. Yeah, at the end of the day, like Banana said, I do not fucking care how curious you are. If there was some weird tech that cured blindness, you would know. That doesn't exist. It's fucking fantasy. And before somebody brings up Elon Musk's fucking Neuralink bullshit, understand what a scam is. That's it. There we go. Things started spinning. Not enough, but it's spinning. It's only a scam because they're not selling it as a spin cooker? Spin cooker. Allow me to process that one for a second. Yeah, no thank you. The brain thing that killed monkeys? Pretty much, yes. I realize I can be pretty brutal with the eyes things, but like, you need to realize that these are questions that I've gotten a billion times. And yes, it is my fault for having this username. But doesn't mean I want to think about it, hear it, or answer the same dumb questions every single day I work, right? Are the water wheels gonna power? Lava! Although I need them to work first and actually be at full power because I need 2,500 power, so I still need a lot more power. And currently they ain't generating anywhere close to that amount of power. But I kind of fucked up because of the way I've set this whole thing up. But this does appear to be filling, and it is generating more power. I need this to basically be at maximum. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Yeah, actually, I need more water wheels. It's not even going to be enough. How do I do it? What do you mean by drain water? It's just flowing off the edge of the map right here. I don't really know what you mean aside from that when it comes to drain water. Basically, you smooth and fortify the edge of the map. You dig all the way up to the edge of the map like this. Then you use this tool to smooth it. And then you use this tool to carve holes in it, and then the water flows off the edge of the map. Yeah, like Manticore said. We did 12 yesterday. So I got a metalsmith guild somehow. Very little metal for this metalsmith guild. I'm thinking we put this metalsmith guild 1 floor above this area. So, anyway, yeah, I guess apologies for being, like, painfully harsh when it comes to questions about my eyes. But at the end of the day, I have a disability that I get pestered about pretty frequently. Don't be one of those people who pesters me about my disability frequently. Because it's always just going to be a matter of time before I just get bloody annoyed with you. Yeah, but I would think that you would have figured it out by now, so. I'll tell you this. This is just how I think. Nobody in chat is a friend. I don't know any of you well enough to be a friend. If you consider me a friend, then that's a parasocial relationship, which isn't actually a friendship. If you've met me in real life and had a conversation with me and we've had a beer, then we can start talking about whether or not we're friends. Well, I mean, to quote my dad once, everybody in your chat could be a Chinese bot that's trying to make you dumber. And you know what? He's completely correct. He figured out all of your schemes, chat. My dad was just ahead of the times. Little did I know. Acquaintances is a word you can use, yeah. He's on to us. Run! No, genuinely, my dad did think at one point that Twitch was run by China. And then I explained to him it was owned by Amazon. He goes, I don't trust Amazon either. I'm like, you know what? Touche. But also, come on, man. Now he believes me. Eventually, I showed him a paycheck, and he started to believe me, but if it's not a creative color, then what is it? Also, you're definitely not a Canadian bot, Tenuous, because you spell color wrong. There's a U in color. Trust no one. Yeah. Well, I'm glad someone does. I sure don't. Juicy crabs. Probably, Celestine. Just be friend-shaped. I don't really truck with that theory, so no. I also don't bust with it either before someone suggests that. Trust no one, buy my NFT Kickstarter. But come on, don't you know that all NFTs are worth nothing? That was proven recently. Recently, being the key word there. You're zoning off. We'll see you later, Rolf. Take care of yourself, man. So this is going to be a metalsmith's guild. NFTs are the friends we made along the way. Aww. And also I need to make my farmer's guild more valuable. How valuable is it right now? Nowhere near valuable enough. Cavern dwellers. Oh, good lord. They're in the same fucking spot again. I fixed nothing. I say, do I not have like 2 objects? Oh, I see. I just have 2 of them. Wait, what? Oh, that one's a bag. Okay, well. Potato what? Yeah, I could absolutely give you a dwarf. Don't worry. 2 seconds. I mean, just ask me nicely and I'll just give you a dwarf. Although I don't have any lady gem cutters. How about glass makers? When I do the batches, I like make it a little contest, but like mostly because it's more interesting for me. But like, yeah, if you want a dwarf, just ask. Here, you can have a glass maker. Celesty is a nervous wreck, and she is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. She is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, and prefers to be alone. She is quite ambitious and pretends to be passive in discussions. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she has little interest in joking around. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship. She tends to hold on to grievances, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a greedy streak, and she can occasionally overindulge and easily falls in love or develops positive feelings. And she likes to take it easy. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. And she respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. And she finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and doesn't care about fairness. These immediately forbid themselves? I assume I know the problem. I think it's actually a sandbag. There it is. And Alex wants me to read the last Discord word story. Let's see. There's almost nothing for me to read here. Do you want me to read it or refund it? Or I could just sit here and be like, hey, chat, you should add something to the add a word story because there's currently like nothing in there for me to read and somebody just redeemed it. So if you want it to be like longer than like a couple seconds, maybe add something to it at some point or maybe don't. I mean, that's up to you. But like, hey, you know, I'm just saying you should add something to the add a word story. That's a statue of a troll. Most of Twitch chat. Self-portrait, even. Hey, chat. Add words to the add a word story. Or don't. Somebody's probably real confused right about now, which is totally fine. I usually am too. The question we ask is, the trees, Sergeant. This slapdash edition was brought by chat. Alas, streamer is too fast. This is a you lose, not me. Just waiting for dwarves to bring blocks down. Have a good time in guitar class. Okay, so the value of this is 3,000, needs to be 6,000. This will probably do her. Fortunately, there's a lot of ways to learn stuff like guitar online, but for killing the scary forgotten beasts, bragging rights mostly, sometimes a lot of meat and or crafting materials. But the ability to live another day is your general prize. There we go. Look at that. And I will go down here and do this. I consider this whole thing a humongous failure. For reference. This whole thing, huge failure currently. Especially considering I need to widen it. So this is a great elephant with external ribs. It has 2 long straight tails and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous vapors. That is terrifying. It's about to fight with Vacuum, who is a enormous blob composed of mud with webs. Chat, who do you think wins? Blob or elephant? Dwarves do in fact have lungs for breathing, yes. They don't care how stale the air is. Chat's saying elephant? All right. It's currently a stalemate. The game is not paused. I swear the game is not paused. Ah, there we go. Okay, the fight begins, and yeah, seems like the elephant won. Considering it just kind of kicked it, fracturing it, and broke free of the web, and yeah, just basically kicked it, and it died. So huh. Well, that might have something to do with why it's not working. How the fuck did I manage that? That's an awkward misclick. I was like, there's a lot of water there. Why is there so much water there? That might be part of the reason why it's not working. Just part of the reason. I mean, eventually this will turn into a lake, but... But you got scrolled and you used the mine tool to mine under it, but you clipped the smooth walls instead of the connected walls. Oh, really? Huh. Well. Neezer here is Eurist McGenius of the current stream. Okay. I don't know what to do. I really don't want to let you out because, like, you don't deserve it. But I will let you out. Unless you can figure out your own way out, which would actually be the optimal thing. You're satisfied upon improving climbing. Well, I guess that's good. Glad to see that you're happy about something. They should be able to get there without too much issue. How's your swimming over there, Neezer? Hello, Paxmac. How are you? I am very confused as to why my miners are doing nothing. Like, they're all super busy, apparently. But, like, should be able to get up here. Like, I don't think there's any way that they... Any reason for them to have trouble accessing... Oh, duh. There's no... Makes sense. All right, well... Let's do this first, then. I'm very smart. Where did that dwarf go? Neezer? Neezer, did you get out? Oh. Yeah, he did. Well, there you go. He must have improved climbing. Yeah. One thing at a time. I've clearly played too much Dwarf Fortress in the last 2 days. I'm starting to, like, lose sense of my own sanity. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Let's just repatch this. Comes Dwarf. Here comes several Dwarf, in fact. There you go. I just need one more Dwarf to come down here and pull this. And it'll all be fine. It'll drain out pretty quick. Have a temple swimming pool. I hadn't planned on it. I might accidentally end up building one at this rate. All right, so I'm going to go one layer up here. Actually, maybe not just one layer up there. Maybe like right here. And deconstruct this. Actually going to just place this here. Get rid of that. Going to dig a ramp up. And I also realize, I'm going to dig up. And I also realize before somebody points it out, yes, I'm aware that I am locking myself out of my own, like, lever, sort of. It's just going to be a really fun lever to pull if you decide you need to pull it. Like I said, it's just going to be a really fun lever to pull if you decide you need to pull it. Yep, there we go. Bring out the swimming trunks, all of the swimming trunks. Apparently I'm losing a mule. That's fine. Things are fine until they become fun generally, yeah. I very much have sealed my dwarves in here. Or did I do that? Okay, they can walk around that. Oh. Duh.
Crypt Pog Crypt Beer.
Creed! Did you just upgrade that? Or am I going crazy? I think you just upgraded that. Unless I'm going crazy. And if I'm going crazy, please tell me. But seriously, thank you very much for the tier 3. For the 5th month. Means a lot, dude. And also, chat room, can I please get a really big round of beers for Creed? Just like Pack Smack just requested. Your Spanish homework is driving you insane? That sucks, dude. Upgraded like to sub reminder thing go off. Okay, so you still owe me, or you still need to send me a sound command, because I definitely haven't made you a sound command yet. Which is why I'm forgetting. It's probably in my notes somewhere, which I'm horrible at maintaining. But I need you to let me know what you want as your custom sound command, especially because you're keeping it running. But thank you once again very much. Let's let this dwarf get this done. Kiddo, do you have to do this? There you go. Get out of here. Get out of here, kiddo. I will maybe make the flow of this look nicer later. Sounds like a lot of work. Audio clip of under 10 seconds that you want as your sound command can be a YouTube video. I can make it myself. I just need you to send me a link to a thing. And then I will make the command for you. But if you don't want your custom sound command, it is something you are paying for. It's like this, like Hobo's one, which is probably going to tell me I can't use it. Nope, it's going to tell me I can't use it. God damn it. I no longer have god powers even in my own bot. What is this world coming to? Yes, I do have long hair. Some fightful, nervous sleep. That sounds unpleasant. So chat room, I kind of really want to buy and play El Paso Elsewhere because on stream for a bit. Well, anyway, and the reason I want to buy it and then stream it for a bit is because I want to play it on my own time, but I also want to write it off as a tax deduction because it's 25 bucks. Sometimes I'm like petty with my job. So, would you guys be down for watching a little bit of El Paso Elsewhere today? Taxes are icky. I don't feel that way. I like paying taxes. But it's nice having deductions. Need a dwarf that's linking. A lot of dwarves with no jobs. Why does this keep getting canceled then? Fine then. I will simply build you a different lever. Oh, I see the issue. I don't have enough mechanisms. Duh. Still not sure why this is getting canceled. Yeah, it is. I genuinely don't know why. Deductions are not avoiding taxes. I would just like to make that statement. Didn't feel anything while in conflict. What are we in conflict with? Feel anything while in conflict. Sure, once again, what am I in conflict with? Oh! Ah. Well, that's awkward. I feel bad. But he does have a large iron dagger, so... Or she does. My bad. Anyway, now she's drowning. Gosh, don't do that. Well, she's managed to get out of the water and is now running back and forth in fear once again. All of these falsehoods spread by my chat today. Kind of incredible. Now, Canada has its own revenue agency that they send after you. Not the IRS, obviously. Believe it or not, it's the very creatively named CRS, Canada Revenue Agency. It's a third-person shooter, yes, but it's a very, very unique third-person shooter in that it's literally just Max Payne, which admittedly is a third-person shooter, but it's a third-person shooter with slow-mo. and bullet time. So you actually have to like have an LLC and a business and you know, stream as your income, and actually have to make enough income on streaming to consider it a personal private business. So no, you cannot just stream a game for a couple seconds and then write it off on your taxes. Although you could try, and let me know how that works out for you. Chat is all about like the strangely stupid questions today. You want the IRS to not exist? All right. Well, I like having free healthcare. So, get fucked, I suppose. Yeah, well, you see, in order for taxes to work, everybody has to pay, right? In order for things like socialized healthcare to function and proper public transit and things, basic things that humans need to live, everybody has to pay in. So you can just pretend and wish and dream. But dreaming about not paying taxes doesn't exactly help anybody. Okay, well then that's on you to help make it be fixed, right? One of the many masses. I have a very no bullshit stance on pay your fucking taxes, and I always will. So I kind of have a zero tolerance policy on people who are just like, I wish taxes didn't exist, or I wish I didn't have to pay taxes. It's like, well, congratulations. You are a slightly less good person in my mind now. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have enough money to pay your taxes, you have bigger problems. I'd go after credit card companies first. I would actually happily pay twice the amount of taxes if I had covered dental and other things. Never said you didn't. I'm simply discussing what you're saying. Sure, Slider. But that's not the point of what they're saying. Right? Americans feel that they should have more in say where their taxes go beyond voting. The problem is that they don't want to be better citizens. No, the problem is Americans have this culturally self-absorbed problem where they genuinely believe that things should just get done and everybody else should have to pay for it except for them. It is an extraordinarily greedy style of living and culture. And this goes for more than just, you know, citizens. This goes for people in charge as well. And the reality of it is the more free you make your country and the more you restrict public utilities from people and the less taxes you have to pay, the less shit gets done. It's only the Republicans. I bet, but we can agree to disagree on that one. There we go. All right. So, how's this water doing? It's coming. I mean, technically, I shouldn't say all of any demographic or any country, but I'm trying to make a loud point, not really actually spit facts. Also, the only place I've ever seen APAB before is that leak about Lies of P, where they had that line, which is all puppets are bastards, which was cut from the game. Which is a very large portion of your country. Kind of nuts is an understatement, but... Alright, let's see how this is doing. We're getting pretty close now, so let's roll all the way along this. Build another line of these. We're finally getting to where we need to be. Yeah, that's generally the route that I take, Eurist games. You've said it pretty well, actually. Being all anti-taxes is generally like the tip of an iceberg of like me going, I might not like you very much. And that goes for like joking or otherwise. Like, like genuinely, it's like, okay, paying taxes isn't the issue. How taxes are being used is the issue. Okay, so then we're talking about a democratic issue, not an issue with taxes inherently. But then people are just like, but the money's being used poorly. Okay, but that doesn't mean you should stop using your taxes. It means you should vote for the other guy. Like, you know, like that's not the point. So, I don't know. How did we get here? Both guys suck? Yeah, that's true. We have the same problem right now in Canada where it's like every single major option kind of sucks. Great. Fortunately, they still manage to suck less than the US options usually. I think I need gems. Bones? We have bones. I have metal bars. I have logs. I think it's gems. Well, like I said, that's quite a bit of water. Well, maybe I'll get a tree farm here eventually. Okay, so you're generating 2,000 power pretty steadily. I need another like 400. I need these to get hooked up and generate me another 400 or so. $425. Let's pull this, see if she works. There we go. Honey, we have lava. Let's see if it's leaking anywhere. No, it is not. Good. Always turn it on before you check for leaks. Because then it's easier to spot the leaks. Wait. It's hot right here. It took me all day to build, so yes, it is in fact a very large pump stack. And it only takes 2,500 power. All right. So, you've still claimed this shop. Have you grabbed gems yet? Have we cut those gems yet? Okay, so it's not gems, because you've already cut the gems. Might just be you need more bones. Let's jump over to livestock. I may actually need to start letting some of these animals grow up because you do need cut gems. Turns out I don't have. Yeah, I mean, it's Moose. This is also why I was, like, complaining that I had to make such a tall pump stack earlier. By earlier, I mean 2 days ago. I was like, oh my god, I don't want to build a pump stack that tall. Yet here we are. Okay, so now you're gonna go for gems. Nope, more iron. Only 100 floors? That's not so bad. As long as you don't need to go through an aquifer, it's not terrible. It's just slow. And if you have access to glass, it's not hard. Well, hello, welcome back, Sentient. Can I get floors? You mean Z levels? Wait, hold on. What's going on? So Osman found Sodor. Sodor being the giant elephant. Osman being the dude that's made of fire. So dude that's made of fire is fighting with the elephant. The elephant is constantly going on fire and then puffing out smoke and then puffing out poison gas and then putting himself out. So they are fighting. And what's the actual combat log look like? Caught in a burst of boiling extract, cloud of flames, burst of boiling extract, cloud of flames, burst of boiling extract, cloud of flames. Just kind of on repeat. Constantly setting each other on fire, which is probably making him very lean, actually. I mean, he just needs to kick this guy like once and he'll die, because this guy is just humanoid made of flames with a shell, right? He's got a knobby shell, specifically, and he squirms and fidgets. Whereas this one's just, like, fighting back and forth, and... Okay, they're on... okay. Seems like Osman won. Shoutouts to Osman, who's killed a bunch of Crundles, some Olms, a Reacher, and unintentionally just managed to set this creature on fire. Shoutouts to Osman, I suppose. And now I need a Woodworkers Guild? Good lord. And you begun a mysterious construction. Well, that's good. So, I would say today was a success, Dwarf Fortress-wise. I mean, after a lot of pain, I managed to make this massive water wheel setup work. I actually had to, like, go the old school way and go via this, but we were able to get the water down, so that's good. Yeah, I would say respond to your wife before you respond to literally anybody. That seems smart. So we got all these water wheels up and running, and we built up a bunch of housing. Housing now go all the way up to here, which we probably still need more. Really? Yep. So we need more housing still. Still haven't sorted the metal issue, but we've acquired some metal bars, filled up these. We got gypsum plaster now, so that's good. We got a hospital built, several temples. Increased the dwarven population from 50 to 192. I've got one really angry dwarf. Everybody else is quite happy. Why are you so angry? You haven't had an unhappy memory in like 5 years? And you got caught in the rain once. Well, that's typical. Anyway, aside from that, things are doing pretty well. We're finally cleaning up the gypsum from everywhere and making a very big stack of it. So that's pretty good. We've got automated sandbags, all other kinds of good things. So the fort is doing quite well, I would say. We may end up playing some more of this tomorrow. I may not. It kind of depends. But I think I'm not your mistress. I won't feel jealous. That's funny. I think it's time for us to call it for Dwarfs for the day. So it's time to say goodbye, YouTube, if you like. You're getting a post-work phone conversation from your boss asking you to explain a PowerPoint slide you made from 10 years ago. I was the TA in college. That was a fun brain teaser to remember. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a lot of memories asking you to recall there. No, a third-person shooter, not an FPS. Come on. So, chat room, I want to play a game called El Paso Elsewhere, which is a spiritual successor to a little video game called